sustainability.
Suprabhatam and Namaskaram to all. In today's rapidly evolving world, the intersection and the interaction of finance, technology, and sustainability has become extremely crucial as we face avalanche of challenges, be it financial, social, technological, environmental, or political. The role of innovative solutions in driving financial practices that support sustainable development is more important than ever. सुखस्य मूलम धर्म, धर्मस्य मूलम अर्थ, अर्थस्य मूलम राज्य, राज्यस्य मूल इंद्रिय जय. This shlok from Arthashastra rightly points out what we require today for us and in future for posterity. And hence, discussions on the sustainable finance, like the one we are going to have in few minutes from now, will surely add to the scholarship of finance and financial practices. Kautilya has mentioned in his seminal work Arthashastra that study produces keen intellect produces disciplined performances, and disciplined performances produce the exemplary qualities in the self and through it in society. Such is the capacity of knowledge systems. We are confident that today's plenary session is a major step in that direction.
So I will take a pride to welcome our esteemed panelists who will guide us through this engaging session. We have with us Chartered Accountant Puneet Sharma, Head Audit and Insurance and Forensic Practices, International Business Advisor, New Delhi. Dr. Mohammad Atif, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia in New Delhi, as our panelist. And Dr. Waniki Joshi Lohani, Assistant Professor and Associate Dean, Atal Bihari Vajpayee School of Management and Entrepreneurship, JNU, New Delhi, will be the discussion moderator. On behalf of the College and Department of Commerce, I welcome you all, sir. I request you to kindly come to the stage and take your seats.
Yes, please. It's my honor to now introduce you our panelists. Mr. Puneet Sharma is a highly accomplished chartered accountant and alumnus of Shahid Bhagat Singh College, University of Delhi, where he completed his Bachelor's of Commerce in 1999. He has over 25 years of experience in consulting industry. Mr. Sharma has worked with renowned organizations such as Deloitte and KPMG before establishing his own practice over a decade ago. Currently, Mr. Puneet Sharma is a partner at prominent full-service accounting and consulting firm based in New Delhi. His firm offers a comprehensive range of services including accounting, auditing, taxation, and advisory services, and all related sub-services within this domain. In addition to his chartered accountant qualification, Mr. Sharma holds a prestigious certified fraud examiner certification from Association of Certified Frauds Examiners, United States of America. He is also qualified independent director. With his vast experience, he is a proficient trainer delivering sessions on both technical subjects and soft skills. I would like to request Dr. Niyati Ahuja and Mr. Ravi Yadav to felicitate Chartered Accountant Puneet Sharma with plantar and Angavastram.
Dr. Niyati and Mr. Ravi. We are honored to have you among us today. We have Dr. Mohammad Ateem. He is an assistant professor at Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi since 2016. Before joining JMI, he served Central University of Himachal Pradesh for 4 years. Dr. Ateef holds a PhD in finance and has a teaching experience of over 12 years. His teaching portfolio includes a range of subjects such as statistics, research methods, financial econometrics, and financial engineering. He has guided 3 doctoral research scholars and has supervised numerous dissertations. His research interests include applied econometrics, financial markets, derivatives, asset pricing, and behavioral finance. His work has been published in several reputed journals, including those listed under ABDC Category A. It's our pleasure to have you, sir, here. Now, I would like to request Dr. Divya Mehta and Dr. Vikram Singh to felicitate Dr. Mohammad Ateef. Thank you, Dr. Divya and Dr. Vikram. We have Dr. Vaniki Joshi Lohani, ma'am. She is presently an assistant professor, associate dean at Atal Bihari Vajpayee School of Management and Entrepreneurship, JNU, New Delhi. She has more than a decade of experience in academics. Before joining JNU, she was an assistant director at AICTE and has been a full-time faculty with IIM Indore and has worked with prestigious institutions like Lehman Brothers and Sher Khan. She did her MBA from IIM Indore and PhD from Indore University. She has done her BTech from Indian Institute of Information Technology, Allahabad. She has various research projects from IKS, AICTE, ICSSR, and other prestigious institutions. Her area of research includes derivatives, sustainable finance, and strategic management and public policy. She has several research papers and is a visiting faculty at Bayes Business School, London, and Lingnan University, Hong Kong. We are honored to have you among us, ma'am, today. I request Dr. Amrita Kaur and Mr. Shivam to felicitate Dr. Vaniki Joshi Lohani, ma'am.
I know the name is bit.
No, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Amrita and Mr. Shivam. Now let's dive deeper into the theme of the session with a moderated discussion. I request all the speakers to open the session for the panel discussion. Over to you, ma'am.
Can I sit here? So, very good morning to all of you, and thank you to all for inviting all 3 of us to this prestigious institution. So, one is the alumni, and we too are new to this institution. So, thank you a lot. Thanks a lot for such a warm welcome. And when I say warm welcome, I'm speaking on behalf of all of our 3. So, let's directly dive into the discussion. When we talk about sustainable finance, I'll be just throwing up questions and doubts, and after some time we'll open up the session for students also for their queries and all. As a layman, when we talk about sustainable finance, so what do we actually mean by it, and how is India equipped for this concept of sustainable finance? So, without any further ado, sir, we would like to have your views and Atif sir's views on it.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to first congratulate the entire organizing committee as well as the dynamic principal Professor Atri for organizing this conference in such a wonderful manner. And I'm really honored to be a part of this discussion. As we say, sustainable finance, basically we are living in very profound times. Let me share a few key statistics. Last week only, a report was published by German Watch, the Climate Risk Index, who suffers most due to climate risk. And some estimates of these reports are as follows: that by 2050, the annual loss in GDP, if we do not do anything for restoring our climate, then the annual loss would be roughly 38 trillion per dollar. Imagine 38 trillion. That is at present the combined GDP of US, India, and Japan. It's more than that. So imagine these catastrophic losses. Besides, the life of humanity would be roughly 250,000 per year, and that is only because of these climate-related risks. And further estimates provided by other agencies like Statistica and others, they further say that they have long-term estimates ranging from 2025 till 2100. That in these 75 years, if we don't do anything, then the economic losses would be about 2.3 quadrillion. That is more than 2,300 trillion. So economic losses are huge. So this is why we are talking about sustainability in finance. So in simple words, as the name suggests, it is the intersection of sustainability and finance. So wherever we think about any financing decision, any financial activity, whether regarding raising funds, lending, investing, and if we consider the environmental, social, and governance concerns, if we keep these things into consideration, then that becomes sustainable finance. Means not just profits, your decisions are driven by the triple bottom line that we say as people, planet, and profits. So when we consider these three things, people, planet, and profit, in our decisions, then this becomes sustainable finance. Just quick evolution of it. The modern era, if we trace of sustainable finance, can be traced back to 1960s and 70s, when the civil rights movements were going on. Then this environmental activism was progressing. During this time, the sustainable finance happened when some funds they said that they would avoid companies which were involved in Vietnam War, and then came the era of when we have this Earth Summit in 1990s. Then we have this Kyoto Protocol. So this all set the stage that if we want to undo these losses, then we need money. We need money. We need to invest wisely. So this sets the stage for sustainable finance. And further in 2015, UN adopted the Sustainable Development Goals, which we have to achieve by 2030. And just 5 years to go, 6 years to go. And if we want to really achieve them in totality, then it requires enormous investments. So roughly, I think we would be needing more than 8 or 10 trillion. That would be quite difficult. But like only just less than 20% SDGs have been achieved. So if you want to achieve in terms of economic development, in terms of human prosperity, in terms of social development, then we need to think in terms of sustainable things. So this is the beginning that we can say. Thank you.
Sir, your views about it.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Lohani and Dr. Atif for your comments. And thanks to the organizing committee for this wonderful conference. So on, like Dr. Lohani asked, sustainable finance is a subset of the larger universe sustainability, right? So sustainability is a very large concept. Sustainable finance, on which we are talking today, is a subset of sustainability. Like Dr. Atif said, sustainable finance is a combination of sustainable and finance. So, in a generic scenario, you can look at sustainable finance as any financing decision which takes these ESG considerations into account while taking any decision. So these, and any project or any investment which furthers the goal of ESG, or to, in that sense, makes an active contribution to environment or social or governance aspect, means it takes the leap towards sustainable finance. Now we being in practice, primarily an accounting practice, it was not too long ago that we set up the sustainable practice as well in our organization. As far as the reporting landscape and the regulatory environment in India, which Dr. Lohani asked, is even as of today, we were having a discussion before this session with the other teachers and professors of this college. Regulatorily, it is limited to the top 1,000 listed companies who are required to publish a BRSR, which is a business, responsibility and sustainability report, which lays down the parameters that the company has worked on towards the ESG goals, right? So it is limited to those 1,000 companies, top 1,000 listed companies by market cap at the moment. Not many companies otherwise than these 1,000 companies are, required to mandatorily report on this. But then there are companies that are coming up. There are companies and corporates who, due to the need that they feel to be socially relevant, and or their stakeholders or their parents or other external and internal stakeholders require, suo moto, they are coming out and reporting on these parameters. So yes, the concept is catching up. As far as we in the consulting world are concerned, we have a small sustainability practice. Not many companies are required to mandatorily report on that, but companies increasingly are showing interest and doing in their own small little way whatever addition they can do to make sure that their environment, social and governance goals are met. And it's a very simple concept that it's not enough if you just don't do anything to not contribute negatively to the environment or ESG. You have to actively make sure that you are contributing and making sure that the ESG concept is moving forward. And sooner or later it will catch up. As of now, I think 2027 is the target that we have set up. And 2030 is another timeline for carbon neutral concepts. But yes, it's a global concept catching up, and it's a ever evolving concept. It's not like the accounting and audit concepts which we as finance professionals know at the back of our hand. But yes, it's surely catching up, and still there's a long way to go for the concept to completely get evolved. But from now, there's no looking back. It's definitely going to go up from here, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, when we talk about sustainable finance, as sir rightly said, that it can be represented by three specific pillars, that is ESG, environmental, S for social, and G for governance. Now, my another question is, when we talk about these ESG, so there are some companies which are working totally keeping in mind the environmental factors, while there are some companies which are totally neglecting environmental factors. So how do we create a balance between the two, or how we as laymen understand this, keeping in mind the business perspective as well as sustainability as perspective?
No, so those companies, ma'am, which are completely neglecting these ESG factors, somewhere they have it in mind that they're not going to survive for the longest duration. So we definitely have this going concern concept in accounting, which anyway technically covers the foreseeable future, which is 12 months. But companies which are completely neglecting, and I don't know which are the companies which are completely neglecting ESG as of today. Even if concept of polluting companies. The companies which are industrial companies and they're polluting. They are also making it up by buying carbon credits and making sure that they are somewhere neutralizing their impact, on the environment. So as investors, as consumers, as businesses, we have to rely on the BRSR reports that they publish.
So these companies are basically buying credits from those companies who have higher carbon credits.
Yes.
And they're buying them
Yes.
to make it
To make it
Equalize,
balance, make it
yeah.
balance. So which is how they are doing, because an organization which is polluting or which is contributing to the environmental ESG damage or whatever term you may put it, they to run their business the way they have to pollute, in that sense. So the least they can do is buy carbon credits and make sure they are neutralizing. That is not to say that they don't have it in mind that they will, they will keep doing it for the life, that they will keep buying carbon credits and they will keep enjoying the benefits. They definitely are trying to work towards a model where their business becomes sustainable in itself, and then if you look at the concept of green financing, they may not get those kind of, opportunities which companies which are actively into this sphere may get,
like if I talk about industry specific, then leather industry which is into making of leather goods, it actually wastes a lot of water and also pollutes environment. And if we talk about industries like cement industry, then again there is a huge water consumption. Now we all know that when we talk about the cement industry, obviously it is very much necessary for the infrastructure development, and especially for a developing country like India.
Yes.
But at the same time, it has its own harmful effects. So how can these companies keep in mind these ESG factors and work accordingly? I mean, what are the various ways in which they take?
So this, to my mind, is one example of a company which is contributing negatively to the environment and ESG. But then each company and each industry has to look inside to see what best they can do, and company and consulting firms like us, we in our own little way, we are trying to consciously work with those companies and customers though it doesn't directly affect us, okay, but we are trying to choose those clients or look at those clients who are into sustainable development and who are conscious about the environment. My colleague Raghav is here, who works in our sustainable practice, and we work for a company which is into cotton farming, sustainable farming, and they in their own way are contributing to the environment, and then they're giving training to the farmers on how to not use pesticides and how to not pollute the environment. So this is the least as a financial consultant I can do to make sure that I also contribute. So all I'm trying to say is that even if it's not a mandate on me, no one is keeping an eye on what I'm doing, but I have to look inside and make sure that
Moral and social
responsibility, and which is now going to catch up. If not now, maybe 5-10 years down the line, but no one can escape that factor well.
So, Aditya, my question is to you now. Somewhat. So, we have been talking a lot about environmental factors, but what about S&G in the process? That is the social and the governance process.
Indeed, this is a wonderful question. Environment, like we have been investing a lot in renewable energy, and we are on the way to achieve our target. As esteemed PM Modi, he has made commitment in COP26 that we would be having 500 gigawatts by 2030, and we have already achieved approximately 14-45% of that. So we are on that track. But regarding that, this social and governance things, not just India, the entire world is lagging behind. There are two major reasons for it. When we say finance moving into sustainable things, then we can just make it in two parts. One is called the mitigation finance, the other one that we say as adaptation finance. So mitigation finance, where we are reducing emissions and we are investing in renewable things or reducing it. This is having a lot of attention. what adaptation finance regarding this creation of sustainable houses, affordable housing, and then people who are displaced, who are facing the brunt of environment. So very less is being done. Now, what is the reason that why we are lagging behind the social front? The main reason is that mitigations are easy to measure. Everybody must be familiar with Peter Drucker. He made a statement that what gets measured gets managed. So it's easy to measure carbon emissions. Like Tata is disclosing that they are per ton when they produce steel, then how much carbon they are emitting. So it's easy to measure. On the other hand, we have no like agreed upon universal standards how to measure this social development. So this is major reason that we are lagging behind, and less than 20%, and in several cases less than 10% is going towards this social development.
How can CSR be an active participatory in this SNG factors, or is it totally a different concept?
Yeah, they are totally, of course, related. The thing is that why corporates are shying away, like for not going to social and governance more and like doing more for environment. The same thing, because when they do something for the environment, they get the visibility. On the other hand, when there are lack of standards for social change, then there is again a risk of greenwashing, and it's difficult to measure. That's why even the CSR funding, it is going more towards the environment thing only. So this is one reason that even CSR spending is going in that direction. So what we are waiting for basically in last year's budget, it was stated that India will be coming soon with a climate finance policy. It's more than a year. The draft is still not ready, and this is major reason that even banks and corporates that they are facing the problem that what is green. So unless we know what is green, how can we divert our attention to those things? So this is major reason that even the financial institutions they are not able to make their investment in that direction because confusion. And when there is confusion, lack of clarity, it means there is always a risk of greenwashing. That projects which are not green or not, let's say, making a social change, they are being tagged as that. So this is one of the challenges.
So for the people who are new with the concept of greenwashing, let me give you a bit introduction about it, and please do add if I, lack somewhere. So whenever there is a company who says that they are into organic products or they are into environmental sustainable processes and procedures, but somewhere down the line they do not actually follow that. So it means they are falsely claiming them, but they are not actually following them. So that concept is known as greenwashing. Sir, anything else, Puneet sir, if I have not covered in this definition?
No, greenwashing is definitely a challenge for the industry, and even we have seen cases where these green financing and green loans and green bonds companies are greenwashing to take advantage of those bonds and loans, which they are not probably which they wouldn't have got otherwise. But by greenwashing, they are trying to make sure that they get advantage of those bonds.
Yes, so you have just entered into another question of mine. Like when we talk about green bonds and these blue bonds and yellow bonds, like these are the new concepts which have recently been launched. So can you throw some light into it and how are institutions taking benefits of these things? So what are they, and who actually looks as a regulatory body over there, and how can a company benefit from them?
So green financing as an overall concept is when we get into financing for environmental, social, and governance factors, and green bonds and blue bonds, like ma'am said, is a part of the overall green financing concept. So green bonds are issued by the government, by the institutions for you buy those bonds and that money is invested or funded ahead to the companies who are working in the environmental zone, the green zone. Similarly, blue bonds are for some marine activities, all things like that. So they are coming up with coming up with, I read somewhere a Seychelles bond or something like that. Seychelles bond. So there are a lot of fancy products and fancy names which are coming up, and companies are taking advantage of it. Not to say that these are very beneficial to those companies, that they offer a very, very attractive interest rate, but then companies also want to, contribute in their small little way by taking these bonds, which may not offer the best competitive interest rate, but then covers the concept of that they are investing in a environmentally conscious company or a conscious cause. So, so the green bonds, blue bonds, and the overall concept of green finance is catching up. There's a concept called green insurance as well. So a lot of things are catching up.
Lot of green things are
A lot of green things are coming up, and yes, this is going to grow. And lot of I think I read somewhere some 10,000 crore bonds are being issued by someone, and things like that. At the same time, I also see, I read somewhere yesterday that Municipal Corporation of Gurgaon has reduced you read it? They have reduced the budget for environmental issues to 10 crores, which is, I don't know, from a drop from what, but they have reduced the budget. So at the same time, it has led to a huge UN cry that why has the budget been reduced? Not that the air or water of Gurgaon and Delhi is getting any better, but the budget is coming down. So at the same time, there's a lot of catching up that India needs to do, like Sir said, and they have set very optimistic targets. But what is being done to achieve them on ground? How is greenwashing being taken care of? And how are these malpractices, being covered? Remains to be seen.
So greenwashing has really been a big problem with especially small scale industries and industries which are not monitored correctly. So who are the organizations or the regulatory bodies who look after them?
Regarding the regulation of this, basically we are yet in the process of, as I told, that there are no clear guidelines, and only recently we have come up with this BRSR, that is the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting. So in a phased manner, SEBI has come up with that. So last year 150 companies were required, then 250 companies, 500 companies, and next year onwards 1,000 companies will be required. And the vision is that all roughly 1.5 million businesses that are there in India, that they would be reporting it, because ultimately we have to see it as a competitive advantage. So right now, like we have different ministries which are looking over it, and then SEBI looks over green bonds, and RBI also. So bonds market is one thing that is having double regulation, SEBI as well as RBI, and this is one of the reasons also where there is a problem why this market is not developing very fast.
So this thousand companies are going, that is already in place. So I mean, since last 2 years, 22, 23, and 23, 24, BRSR is already applicable to the top 1,000 companies. I think we were discussing before the session. It's not
10 guidelines.
9 guidelines. 9 guidelines.
So are they compulsory guidelines?
Yeah.
And what exactly is the framework of these guidelines? And
So these 9 guiding principles, on sustainable business conduct, called National Guideline on Sustainable Business Concept, and something NGPC something. So these are the 9 concepts which are anyway quite aligned to the UN SDG concepts also, the 17 concepts in UN and SDG. And these 9 sustainable business conduct guidelines form the basis of the BRSR reporting as well. And these cover any aspect that you can think of which covers the ESG, whether it be customers, climate, stakeholders, human capital, anti-bribery, anti-corruption. So a lot of those things. And BRSR reporting, which is now mandatory on those 1,000 companies, like we said, covers these 9 concepts, and there's a very clear format that the MCA has given, and ICAI is also given in terms of what they need to disclose. So this is earlier when we had this BRR reporting, which was limited to some, I think, 50 paras or 50 parameters. Now it's kind of traveled to 150 or some 200 parameters, both qualitative, quantitative, and then you have to make it a part of your annual report. You have to report it on the MCA portal as well. So they are taking it very, very seriously. And it's not that you have to report on this if you're a top 1,000 companies. And the vision, like sir said, is that going forward, year on year, they'll keep adding more companies. Like any regulation, even in accounting world, it's initially applicable to a few top listed companies, but then it becomes pervasive and all companies are required to. So we are hoping that in the next few years, a lot of more companies get in the fold and start reporting. Not to say that a lot of companies which are not mandatorily required are not reporting; they are still reporting. Because they want to hold it out to their stakeholders that even if it's not required, like I think you discussed about the organic product where the greenwashing is the concept. Some companies, in addition to calling themselves organic, just to make sure that they're not greenwashing and they are genuine companies, they publish their reports also to show that we are a genuine company and this is the impact we are making.
Climate. So, when we talk about these various reporting measures and all those things, what about the new companies which are being listed in SEBI? Are there any rules and regulations to them also? Because every day, every week, there are new companies which are coming up to SEBI for their IPOs and LPOs, etc. So, is there any guideline for them also, or is it voluntary for them?
Yeah, it is absolutely voluntary for them. Talking about the new companies that are being listed, you can also include the companies which are already listed for the past many years but do not fall in the top 1,000 companies as per market cap. So, if all the companies which are outside those top 1,000 market cap companies are also not mandatorily required. So, no one can hold them accountable if they just don't disclose anything at all. But if you go to their annual reports, you'll find that a lot of big companies, even if they don't fall those top 1,000, they are consciously, voluntarily disclosing some aspects because their stakeholders, their shareholders, they require it from them. So, talking about the companies which are getting listed every day on these stock exchanges, even if they are not mandatorily required, they do make an effort to disclose the information voluntarily because that adds to their credibility, gives them that kind of conscious legitimacy to their business.
Thank you so much, sir. So my next question is to you. Like you and I being academicians, what is our role? When we have students with us, so these are budding entrepreneurs, these are budding managers, and who in past 20 years down the line will be like the CEOs and vice presidents of big companies. Some of them would be into pharmaceuticals, some of them would be into production, some of them would be into marketing, so on and so forth. So what is our role in, guiding them, and where do we as academicians fall into this ambit?
Wonderful question. See, we have to inculcate a mindset because sustainability is not just about arranging money. So there is one thing that we are financing the sustainability, arranging funds for that, using various products like green loans, sustainability bonds, or green bonds. As an academician, we have to create a mindset among students. First of all, we must introduce papers on sustainability so that when there is awareness, there are two challenges that we are facing. One challenge is that we are lacking the capacity. So capacity building programs have to be made. So we need to come up with either certification programs or just some other courses on sustainability where people are made aware of what sustainability is. And think about a bank. If a project comes in front of a financial institution and they have to evaluate it. So what banks are telling to RBI, they're telling that we are not qualified enough to check the sustainability aspect. So we need people who are like expert in sustainability. So this is another career that people can look for after doing their bachelor's. They can think about doing a master degree in sustainability. Various online courses are also there. So like we must try to inculcate a mindset among the students that, and just through academic discussions. Let me share two important papers that I recently saw. One paper in Journal of Economics, Financial Economics in 2021. And that's a wonderful paper. It says that whenever a company is issuing green bonds simply means the money that you will get can only be invested to save the environment. So whenever a company is coming up with a green investment, green bond, then stock price reaction is better. So it means that that investors are there who are uh, uh, taking it as a good signal. That's a good thing. But then there is another research recently 2024, and this is like very confusing as well as puzzling. Two things I would like to highlight. One is that total emissions. Think about the largest emitters in India. They are NTPC, they are Tata Steel, Reliance is there, Adani Power is there. So all this steel, cement, and thermal power business is there. So if a company is large, then its emission would be large. That's sensible. And if a company is small, its emission would be small. So when we just count the total amount of all the emissions, that is called the unscaled, means no scaling is being done. Then what can we do? We can just find out the scaled emissions that we call as carbon intensity. So if you're doing something, you are producing electricity, producing steel. So when you produce one unit, then how much carbon are you producing? So that is your carbon intensity. That means on a per unit basis. Similarly, like we do in finance, when we have to compare performance, do we look at the net profit or like the return on assets or return on equity? So on a relative basis, it becomes easier. So the surprising finding is that when we look at the total emissions and we make a stock portfolio of companies with lower emissions to companies which are having higher emissions, they are having a positive returns. On the other hand, when we just look at the carbon intensity, which is the true index, then there is like just no relationship. So one reason may be that either investors do not understand it, or maybe that the we are not in a mood to punish the companies which are like doing harm. So you have to become responsible investors, and of course it would demand a lot of discipline and a lot of research, and gradually you can do it. We can start with like ESG funds, and then again investing directly into companies which are doing responsible business, and then of course through like more papers and this we can do this. This is what I think.
Thank you so much, sir. I would also like to add one more thing that some of the prestigious institutions like IIMs, they have come with the diploma courses as well as 6-month courses and few 1-year diploma courses in their course curriculum related to sustainable finance. Because we all know that whoever students we are teaching right now, in the upcoming time period of 20 years or 30 years, they will be the ones who will be running the industries. They will be the one running the organization as a whole. So they need to be environmentally sensitive and socially, socially informed about various things, and they should be socially inclusive, because we need to grow a society. At the same time, we need to grow a society which is socially informed and socially inclusive. So that is the reason why these NEP 2020 also focuses on social inclusion. And at the same time, so this is more like, if you look it in a broader way, it will be more like an inclusive program right from the beginning of elementary education. And at the same time, in NEP also, we are asked to change our course curriculum and keeping in mind how we can, align it with these guidelines as well. So, Puneet, so my next question to you is, like when we talk about ESG factors, when we talk about these sustainable finance, so what are the different not companies exactly, but products as such, which are which come under this ambit of sustainable finance, apart from bonds and these? Are there anything else also? Like apart from these green bonds?
No, so you don't look at it as a financing activity.
Okay.
If you talk about sustainable finance, it's just about keeping those ESG factors in mind. While if you're not, even if you're not a financing company, doesn't mean sustainable finance is not applicable to you. So even if you are a company which is not into financing, what it means is that you have to keep those ESG considerations while selecting your vendors, your customers, while investing, in your company. Are you making sure that you're not polluting water by setting up your industry wherever you are? You're taking care of the electricity considerations. Your customers are not such which are going to get extinct in the next 10 years. That is also a factor to keep in mind if you are probably selecting a customer which is into plastic manufacturing or whatever you may, economically, environmentally not sustainable product you can think of. So which means that you are consciously moving away from that concept. So even if you're not a financing company, there are a lot of things which you can do as a usual corporate to make sure that you are contributing to the, you're keeping those ESG factors in mind while, selecting your stakeholders and interacting with the environment as such.
And so what are the initiatives by other countries, taken by other countries, the developed countries, keeping in mind sustainable finance and ESG? Like India is obviously now in the adaptation phase or an introductory phase. But what about the countries which have been following it for, prior to India? So this question is to both of you. Puneet sir first.
Yeah. No. So I think to my understanding, this is a very old, not a very old concept, but maybe 2 decades old when ESG came into the picture and things like that. But the Paris Agreement on climate change in 2015, probably 2015, I think,
Yes.
was one where they identified and set the targets for how much degree Celsius the environment, the temperature you want to keep it down to, and then there were nationally determined contributions that they rolled out to the world. I think it was called NDCs at that time, where they said that all countries have to follow this this thing. Now India being a developed country, the other countries being there are a lot of Western countries which are developed countries, took that up earlier than India. Not to say that India didn't take it up, but then say in the last 10 years, a lot of developed countries took that up with India, which initiatives India is taking as of today. A lot of companies have taken those initiatives earlier than India, and they're moving ahead with that.
I think so.
There are several initiatives, mostly by EU. So one is they have come up with this SFRD, that is the Sustainable Finance Reporting Directive. And then, this is about when we come up with any ESG products. Globally, we see roughly 1/3 of all the assets are under ESG mandate. So 1/3, it is huge. So what companies were doing, or what these advisors were doing, they were selling a product just in the name of ESG. So where there comes this SFRD, so they have shown that it's mandated there that you have to comply with these things, that you have to show if something is ESG compliant, the score being shown, then they have to report it thoroughly. So these guidelines are there. Then there are other guidelines. One is regarding the impact on climate, the financial impact, that is the task force on climate related finance disclosures. Then there is again the CSRD. This is regarding the corporate social reporting directive. And then in China, in Indonesia, they also have set up their carbon markets, and they have their own mechanism for that. And then mostly they are in the Western world. In India, this BRSR is the comprehensive one that looks into account the sustainability.
So if I can add, if I can add to what Dr. Akif said, the Institute of CAs in India has come up with 2 standards on sustainability reporting. Prior to that, the ISSB, which is a European body, has also come up with 2 standards, and European countries are required to report on that or about those standards. So India at the moment is following what the Western world has done, but not blindly.
And with greenwashing and all these things, this word of carbon divestment is also very much free flowing in the world. So, can you throw some light on this as well?
What I understand is there are certain companies which are like they cannot directly move to or reduce their emissions. So they are gradually transitioning. So we have transition bond for them. So like they are given freedom that initially the money it is not compulsory that they have to invest only in the green products. Suppose a thermal power plant. So if it is coming with transition, so not necessary that they have to come up with some solar power or wind power. So initially, if we give them freedom that okay, this is money given to you, so try to think about some better technology, or try to think about reducing your emissions, but not necessary that you have to invest only in green. So you remain in the brown one, but just make it better. So I see it in that light.
Okay, something like a better approach to the traditional method. Okay. Puneet sir, how do we actually evaluate the financial threats posed by these climate change? I mean, you being a CA, how do you look towards financially these climate threats? Like if suppose you are dealing with a company, it's financial books of the company, then how do you financially look towards this climate change aspect?
So I think the larger concept is anyway, if you're a top 1,000 listed company, it will be taken care of in your BRSR report, where you will mandatorily disclose, and you'll also disclose the negative impact that your organization is having. As far as looking at companies which are outside this purview, you as accountants and auditors and consultants, you can look at because there are a lot of examples where companies have been penalized for doing environmental pollution, damage, and all that.
So by NGT somewhere plays a role in this?
Yes, and NGT plays a role, and you have to, coming to the accounting concept of going concern, you have to look at a company and whether it's polluting or contributing negatively to the environment, and what is the possibility of the NGT or the government otherwise imposing a fine or a penalty on the company, and whether any provision or disclosure is required to be made in the financials, right? So, because there's a concept of contingent liabilities in financials, where in case you feel that a company can be subjected to a financial penalty or even a non-financial penalty, directors can be penalized. There's a requirement that the auditors are entrusted with to disclose that fact in the financials. And if it is that certain that that financial penalty will be imposed on the company, you can also go to an extent of making a provision in the financial statement, which will mean the profit will come down and you will kind of reduce the profit to the extent of the penalty that is being imposed. So it can have an impact on the going concern of the company in case you are not abiding by the guidelines.
So I think mostly we have covered more or less everything related to the subject of sustainable finance, sustainability, greenwashing, carbon divestment, etc. Anything else, sir, if you would like to add, or anything that comes into your mind, so that later on we can, keep the session open for our students and people who ask questions.
No, for the students, like ma'am said, I passed out of this college 26 years back, but then a lot of things have changed, like we were discussing before the session, and like ma'am also said that even with the very young classes, grades, they are either adding this concept of sustainability in schools and all that, because by the time these you guys or even younger generation becomes employable and they start working in corporates, this concept will be all pervasive and very, very seriously taken concept. So I think as far as the students are concerned, you should also be consciously making that choice. Think of that as a career option. Avoid greenwashing, if I can call it that, and make sure that you are consciously making yourself aware and keeping that option open, because in the next maximum decade or so, it will be all pervasive, and you'll have no choice but to work with the sustainability concept, you cannot ignore it, right? We had an option to, not an option, we were not even aware what sustainability is when we were in college. This has just caught up lately. And like I said, as a firm also, we opened this practice 5 years back, which is a small niche practice in my firm, sustainability practice, but we did well to start that practice because it's going to catch up sooner or later. Though it's not mandatory on most of the companies other than top 1,000 listed companies, which we don't generally work with. But yes, as soon as it catches up with other companies, I think you should keep those options open. So ignoring is not an option at the moment for all of you. That's what I would like to say.
I would just like to add a few things that I missed. As I mentioned in the beginning, that the financial activity that is taking place, or like any activity that corporations do. So when we consider the ESG consideration, environmental, social, and governance, then this becomes sustainable stuff, sustainable development, sustainable finance. Then I just mentioned three things: people, planet, and profit. So, like what is happening, many people in the name of green investing or green bond investing, they believe that if they invest into these products, they will generate higher returns. But that is not the case. See, nothing comes free. There is no free lunch, no pay, no gain. Similarly, if you want to make this planet green, then you must be, or we must be, willing to sacrifice something. Like if you look at what happened, I must share an incident. Last year when RBI was to issue sovereign green bonds, then the first bid it rejected. So it accepted no bids. And what was the reason? The reason was that the yield on government bonds was around 6.9 to 7%, and many bids were above 7%. That is totally against the concept of this green bonds as well as the global standards. Generally, what is happening? What should happen? That the yield on green bonds is slightly lower than the yield on regular bonds. Okay. Why it is so? Because we are incentivizing the projects that they must do investment in green technology so that their cost is low, and then like they have incentive to produce green energy. So the thing I want to highlight is that when we are going for green bonds or other green investment, then don't just think that we are making less money. So it is possible that in some cases you can make more money, but the intent should be that we are ready to accept lower returns, because on the other fronts, on the environment front, on the social front, we are doing better. So think about it's the maximization of the three: the financial value, the social value, the environmental value. So green bonds may give you slightly lower returns, but as a whole, it gives a feeling that you're doing something to preserve this earth. I think that feeling is very important. So this is what Gen Z specifically do. They buy eco-friendly products, but buy after confirming that your product is actually eco-friendly. So that will be your sustainable behavior. But make sure that when we come up with sustainable finance, in some cases you can get very good returns, but the return should not be the driving force. That's more from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now I keep this session open for our inquisitive students and everybody over here for any suggestions or things to share with us.
So the question is about carbon accounting. So are there any standards which they carbon
Accounting.
or carbon pricing? Are there any standards?
Standard? There's no standard. Raghav, there's no standard. No, there is no standard.
Okay. So this question was related to carbon accounting for those who haven't been able to listen. So up till now, India does not have any carbon accounting standards, but maybe soon, like other developed countries, European Union has its own carbon accounting standards. So maybe soon SEBI and other regulatory bodies can come up with them.
In India, a lot of things are voluntary at the moment. So, like I said, the only mandatory requirement is on BRSR reporting for top 1,000 companies. Otherwise, anything to do with environment and ESG and sustainability, that are purely on voluntary basis.
So
But
SEBI,
it's soon going to catch up. Soon going to come.
so SEBI for the past year has been working really hard to bring this concept of sustainable finance into, into motion. And they have been doing various symposiums also, making business people aware about it. And soon they are also informing others that all the business practitioners may actually adhere to these, these possibilities of sustainable finance. Otherwise, soon penalties will be charged. So they are in the introductory. We all, being Indians, are in the introductory phase. So we will be catching up soon with the international standards as well. Anybody else?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for such an insightful session. My question to the panel is: how can businesses use sustainable finance to solve the problem of pollution in Delhi?
In Delhi specifically, now that's a big challenge.
So I just said, if you were listening, that Municipal Corporation of Gurgaon reduced the budget to 10 crores, right? So rather than
They say pollution is not our problem.
pollution, not our problem. So as if the pollution problem is resolved and forever, rather than increasing the budget, they have reduced the budget. But I'm sure it's just a very new news. There must be something in their mind to. So they can't just reduce the budget and knowing the problems that even in Delhi NCR is facing. So yes, I think making sure that the green financing or the green bonds or the initiatives that are generating revenue and all those things are actually being used to save the environment, as we say. I don't know when this problem is going to be resolved, sir, but the efforts are required.
Efforts are still there. I would like to add some more things. There is a pollution control board, state pollution control board and a national pollution control board, which looks after the pollution which has been made by these industries, production intensive industry, because we must understand that the majority contributors to the pollution, whether it may be air, water, soil or any kind, these are basically the production intensive companies. So pollution control board up till now has been the one who has been levying penalties, but still the role is more suggestive in nature. So this, I guess 6 months back there was one recommendation handed over to the government so that these pollution control board measures can be, instead of being more suggestive, they should be more stringent. They cannot be more recommendative in nature, but they should be more followed in nature. Another thing, if we talk about Delhi as such, so it's not just the pollution which has been created by the Delhi and the Delhi, Delhi industries, but there are other states also which contribute to it. And maybe we are, because geographically we lie in that particular area, so we face a lot of pollution. So state pollution control board really has to work hard, especially in the areas of Punjab and Haryana, so that we may have a cleaner air to breathe.
I would like to add, if you attended yesterday's session, then I remember that German ambassador, he mentioned one thing, that stubble burning. One German company that made some joint venture with some Indian company, and they are converting this stubble into energy. So like if proper investment is there, then we can deal with this problem of stubble burning, and that would be a great relief to this. So of course, a lot of investment is needed. And like India's target by 2070, there is the carbon our net zero target that would require about $10 trillion, $8 to $10 trillion. So definitely, we need sustainable finance through bonds, through green loans, through other forms of financial measures, and this investment in technology. So both the things, that means behavior as well as investment in technology, and we have to speed it up. Like we have to be very fast. Like we make policies, but we are a little slow in implementation. Think about this NAFID, the National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. It was set up in 2021, and the reason was that it will be having a portfolio of 5 lakh crores. 5 lakh crores, and in 3 years. And if we look at the numbers, I think hardly 35,000 crores. So not even 10% we are able to meet. So we have to make claims, And then with claims, we must learn to set accountability. Like if you're not able to achieve this, then who is accountable? Like if we're not able to reduce pollution, we must see that this committee, this person, they will be held accountable and responsible. So until we do it to companies, to individuals, to governments, then nothing can be done. And sustainable finance is definitely that what we need. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Pooja this side. My question is about greenwashing. So most of us today are going after these organic products. So the question is that how as a consumer, do we distinguish between which is a genuine organic product and which are the companies which are misleading towards the marketing claims of greenwashing, and moving towards greenwashing. So as a consumer or as a layman, how does one distinguish? I feel it's a very thin line that very difficult to identify.
Thank you, Pooja, for that question. No, so there are no guidelines which you can, kind of, they are mandatorily required to follow. Though, like I said at the middle of the session, there are a few organic product companies where I've seen that they have come out along with the products. They have come out with a report, mentioning that this is what we have done to make sure it's organic and these are the steps that we have taken. Not that they were required to do that, but they did that for people like yourselves and us, that you have to repose confidence that yes, we are a genuine company. We are not trying to just name it organic and do away with the thing. But that probably is a very few and far examples that you can look at. If you are genuinely interested, because if you go to the market and look at the organic products, there's hardly any company which you can kind of look at a certified report that they are organic. So at the moment you may have to believe them or look up the internet to see whether there is any negative about the company or the promoters. And good luck in case those are the top 1,000 companies and they have those BRSR reports published. But yes, that's
Some kind of certification.
वो है नहीं ना, there is no. हाँ, maybe होगा.
It can be
होगा ही वो.
FDA,
In times to come,
FSSAI.
in times to come, all your questions will be answered and all your doubts will be.
So I guess just continuing with what you had to say. So as a marketing professor, I just hope, because yes, the reports are not handy, are not readily available to us. But I have also seen some brands, especially when you're talking about building up that consumer trust, you started giving those QR codes on the packages. You
Yes.
scan them, you can see where the product is sourced from, you can see like how the entire crop has been grown. You can even give the reports handy through a simple QR code. And it's a very handy way of building a customer trust, because generally nobody would go to the website and
Yes.
try
Look
to
into
hunt
that.
for it. So yes, some people are doing it, not compulsorily, but again it's about
I just want to add, not just in India, this confusion is there across the globe. Recently, there was a report in 2024, and that was a survey of impact investors. And what they found that 83% people, they find that there is lack of clarity. So not just here, so 83% is huge number. That means an overwhelming majority feels that lack of clarity regarding what is environment friendly and what is it's very difficult to verify. We have to come up, of course, with third-party verifications, and then till now it's we have to make extra effort, as I mentioned, already answered. But yes, this problem is there across the globe. That regarding investments, regarding products, that yes, we have to be extremely cautious. Thank you.
So ma'am, even if you scan that QR code, one is that it is not available on all products. Very few companies will give. Second, once you scan that product, go to the reports. It will be a bit cryptic and not easily comprehensible to a common man, which is also there that they may publish it, and they may appear to be transparent and open, but there are chances. I'm not saying all of like that, but there are chances that they would try to not print a few things or not publish a few things, which may create doubt. So again,
No, completely with you on this. The only thing is that this is an add-on to what probably some people are doing to build and trust.
Yes,
The
yes.
reports definitely they
And
are
one,
using that option.
yes, no.
constantly at this
So
point.
again, because they are not mandatorily required to do it, and still yet they are doing it, which shows they are a bit more proactive and better than other competitors who are not doing it at all.
Environmentally conscious. Okay, anybody else with the questions or doubts? So I guess that will be the last one. Yes, please stand up.
Can transition bonds be used to offset carbon tariffs that are being imposed by US or
Can you repeat your question?
the transition bonds that were discussed in the panel, can they be used by companies who are targeting ESG to offset carbon tariffs that are being imposed by the UK, the EU or the US?
Transition
We are
bonds.
saying that do transition bonds classify or qualify as carbon offsets? As far as my understanding goes, transition bonds will not qualify for it. So unless you do some other activity, either like you have reduced that, and or like either you are sucking CO2. So regarding the exact regulation that because like we don't have here in India, and in the international market again, like I'm not very sure about this, but generally the people are investing either through renewable energy or through other stuff. So green bonds classify for that, green activities in that context. Transition bonds mostly, as far as my understanding goes, is okay.
Raghav, you
Yeah, I can.
so Raghav, my colleague from a sustainability practice, has probably a view on it. Raghav.
So basically, transition bonds are for funding your activity. Like if you are generating power through thermal, like burning coal is generating electricity. And if you get investment in transition bonds, maybe it is because you will now generate electricity by renewable sources like water or wind. And it will depend on case to case. Like transition bonds will be like if I am a bank, I am issuing transition bonds, and there are regulations in place. So it will depend on case to case basis, like what all things you can use this money for, or like there will be MOUs written like this money will only be used for these like specific things. So it may depend in future. Maybe some bonds may come up to like carbon offset bonds can also come up, but right now there is no such bonds.
So with this, we end our session. So thank you all of you. And I would like to say that students are the future of not only society, but also of how our, how our country will be shaped in the next 20 years, 30 years. And we all want to inculcate the mindset of sustainability and develop a new generation which is more environmentally aware, socially conscious, and informed over all the policies and governance. So with this, we end this wonderful session. Thank you to the organization secretary, our conference chair, and the principal of Shahid Bhagat Singh, and all the wonderful panel members, and all of you for being patient listeners. Thank you all.
Thank you. So, let's conclude our session formally. So we, from the Shahid Bhagat Singh College, we thank all the panelists and moderator for such a captivating discussion on a topic which impinges every person, every citizen of this earth. And I would now request Dr. Bibha Lamba and Dr. Sair to give token of appreciation to Chartered Accountant Puneet Sharma ji. I call upon Dr. Neha and Ms. Parul to give token of appreciation to Dr. Mohammad Adif. I request Dr. Rajiv Kumar Upadhyay and Dr. Mohit. Okay, I request Dr. Shivam to come up on stage to give token of appreciation to Dr. Vanika Joshi Lohani. We will conclude this session with a wonderful Sanskrit shlok, which probably captures and encapsulates the entire discussion on sustainable finance. जीवने यावदादानं स्यात् प्रदानं ततोधिकम् इत्येषा प्रार्थनास्माकं भगवन् परिपूरिताम्. अर्थ, जीवन में मुझे समाज से जितना प्राप्त हुआ है उससे अधिक मुझे समाज को देना है. यही प्रार्थना प्रभु मेरी स्वीकार करे. With this, we'll conclude today's session, and I request all of you to join us for tea. After the tea session, we will have a technical session in the room numbers C1 to C12, C6. Thank you.
Hello, mic testing. and Management. Today we have amongst us esteemed panelists who will be taking the session ahead. We have with us Mr. C.S. Sharma, Joint Director, Quality Council of India, New Delhi. Mr. Divyan Gupta, Founder and CEO, Keshiha Services Private Limited, New Delhi. We will be joined by Professor Dr. Sanjeeva Shankar Dubey, Professor, Department of Analytics, IT and Operations, IILM, New Delhi. He'll be joining us very shortly. And we have Mr. Shubhajit Bhattacharya, Associate Vice President, Innovation Principal, Accenture, who will be the discussion moderator. On behalf of the college, the principal, and the department, I'm pleased to welcome you all. I would like to hand over to Ms. Divya.
Sir, I request everyone to please come on the dais. May I now request Dr. Hashir and Dr. Ayushman to please felicitate Mr. C.S. Sharma. Thank you, Dr. Hashir. Thank you, Dr. Ayushman. Now, I would like to request Mr. Anil Kumar and Mr. Amol Deepak Nerekar to please felicitate Mr. Divyan Gupta. Thank you, Mr. Anil. Thank you, Mr. Amol. I now request Dr. Shuchi Priya Mittal and Dr. Parul to please felicitate Mr. Subhajit Bhattacharya, who is not with us, but who is with us. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Yes. Sorry. Sir.
No.
Thank you, faculties. It's my honor to now introduce our panelist. Mr. C.S. Sharma is a Joint Director at Quality Control of India, bringing over 2 decades of experience in quality management, conformity assessment, risk management, and corporate sustainability. Throughout his career, he has demonstrated a deep expertise in international standards and accreditation frameworks, including ISO 7011, ISO 7021, ISO 7024, and ISO 17065. At QCI, he has contributed significantly to leadership and capacity building initiatives, overseeing skill certification, business excellence, and ESG compliance. Previously, he served as a senior lead auditor at Bureau Veritas, specializing in quality, environmental, and safety management systems. An alumnus of University Engineering College, Kota, with a BE in Electronics and Communication. Mr. Sharma has continuously enhanced his knowledge through certifications like AI Strategy and Governance from the University of Pennsylvania and using Public Policy for Social Change from University of Michigan. His skills span corporate sustainability, public relations, and training, and earning him endorsements for his contributions to professional development and environmental health and safety. A commitment to excellence in quality assurance, skill building, and impactful public policy implementation marks his work. It is a pleasure to have you, sir. Thank you.
It is my pleasure to introduce you to Mr. Divyan Gupta. He is a seasoned executive leader and the founder and CEO of Keshiha Services. With 24 years of extensive experience, he specializes in managing revenue, profitability, cost, and growth goals across diverse industries such as software development, e-commerce, utilities, telecom, and finance. His career highlights include working with Fortune 500 and FTSE 30 clients, leading teams of 5 to over 1,000 employees, and generating business outcomes exceeding over $2 billion. Mr. Gupta is adept at building strong relationships with decision makers, partners, and employees while focusing on customer satisfaction and performance. His core strengths are team building, policy development, problem solving, and risk management, leveraging innovative and practical solutions. His competencies include customer service, e-commerce, innovation management, process optimization, program management, relationship management, and community development. His expertise also includes consulting, strategy execution, operations management, organizational development, AI, machine learning, and startups. Specialized in so many numerous fields, he excels in areas like P&L management, client and vendor relations, quality improvement, BPO outsourcing, offshoring, and SaaS, making him a very dynamic leader committed to excellence. It is a pleasure to have you amongst us, sir. I would also like to introduce Mr. Shubhajit Bhattacharya. He is a seasoned IT professional with a distinguished career spanning over 19 years. Renowned for his entrepreneurial spirit, thought leadership, and mentorship, he has consistently driven innovation and excellence across various industries. Currently an associate vice president at Accenture, he leads innovation and future technology solutions under Accenture Growth Strategy. He has extensive expertise in business strategy, management consultant, AI consulting, AI enablement, digital transformation, technology consultancy, client acquisition, solution architecting, delivery operations, portfolio management, supply chain, pre-sales, marketing, and people management, while associated with some of the global organizations. He has played pivotal roles in strategic programs, driving innovation and delivery excellence with emerging technologies and next-gen processes. Prior to Accenture, Shubhajit's career trajectory included significant roles at Microsoft Center of Excellence at Tata Consultancy Services, Bank of America, IBM, and General Electricals USA. His diverse experiences have equipped him with a deep understanding of industry dynamics and global business operations. He holds several prestigious positions and honors. Beyond his professional accomplishments, he has made significant contribution to the academic and entrepreneurial landscape. He is an honorary advisory council member of Harvard Business Review, USA, and has served as a business advisor and board member for Indian startups. He has been an editorial board member of BioByWord Scientific Publishing Company, Australia. His commitment to fostering innovation and entrepreneurship is evident in his role as a designated mentor of change for Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog. He has also been honored as a mentor for startups by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and the Entrepreneurial Development Council of India, as well as by the MHRD Innovation Cell, Government of India. He represented India in the Asian India Hackathon organized by the Ministry of Education and is member of the Board of Mentors for Entrepreneurship and Startup Cells at IIM Kashipur and IIT Bombay. It is a pleasure to have you amongst us, sir. I would like to hand over to Mr. Bhattacharya to set the tone for the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, principal sir, faculty members, dignitary guests from industry, and all the students. So today we are in the plenary session 3, wherein we are going to talk about the role of AI in business and management. And today, as we all know, that AI is playing a pivotal role in every area, whether in the business or in our day-to-day life as well. We are very much now using AI either knowingly, unknowingly, even when you are using your daily app as well, like including the WhatsApp, and also you must have seen that there's an icon called Meta at the top, and with that Meta you can very well create your own content that may include images and all. So you can very well see that how like we are as individuals are being driven continuously by AI, and therefore like somewhere or other the impact of AI in the business is also very much significant. Although like we have witnessed a lot of progress in AI and emerging technologies, but still we are very much at the top of the iceberg. We are yet to get into the deeper level of AI, and in future we can very well see like how AI can make the change in the overall society, in the overall our day-to-day activity, the business and all. With this, I'm going to set the context, and as we have got today dignitaries from the corporates with significant experience into industry, into technology and all, I believe like we can very well get a very good insight about the technologies and the future of the technologies. So with this, I'm going to start the session while directing to first. So, so my first question is like, how do you see, how can AI-driven technologies transform the landscape of information technology and technology strategy in the next decade or in the coming decade? Thank you,
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for welcoming me. It's homecoming for me since I am from this college, but way back. So it's always good to be back here. I think the topic today is of utmost importance because, and I've had this conversation a lot of times, a lot of people actually don't understand the age that you are actually privileged to be living in right now. So AI is actually going to have a profound impact on information technology. It's going to have a profound impact in pretty much everything that we do because IT is just an enabler at the end of the day, right? Everything else is wrapped around the IT as a layer. But if you think about just the question around how does it impact IT and business strategy, and I can give you some examples. So we work with a lot of top corporates, and they are already starting to integrate AI in ways that are kind of accelerating their product development. It's accelerating personalized product development. It's accelerating their decision making. So, for instance, companies now, and again, it's a subset of companies, it's forward-looking companies that are willing to go down this road, that are able to go from a reactive decision making to a proactive decision making. As an example, and I'll give you one latest example. So we work with one of the largest fintech companies in the world. Their entire field sales team was supercharged last week when we actually enabled AI voice recording of their notes. So if you think about field sales as a function, you go to the field, you talk to a target, you come back, you file a report, and the report gets uploaded in a CRM tool, it could be a Zoho or a Salesforce or Word. We enabled voice recording. With that single voice recording, we can upgrade and update all of their notes. We can do automation workflow, including all of their follow-ups. But more importantly, the people themselves are now getting graded constantly around the efficacy that they bring to the sales, the fact that they are able to close it or not. And this company was able to realize where they need to intervene from a human perspective, where they need to intervene from a marketing perspective, and what do they need to automate from a follow perspective. So it's one technology as an enabler, which is AI, but it's opened the doors for multiple areas. This is one example of what AI is doing. So the IT and the strategy field is changing across customer experience, human resources, business process management,
and decision making. There's a lot of insights in this, but I think overall, Shruti, those are the areas that we're kind of looking at.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. So what I understood, like AI has got an impact, like profound impact in the IT sector, and IT as a whole, like it's just a layer. However, like AI is playing an important role within it. We have also got to know that how systems nowadays are very much integrated with each other, and the services from AI, like NLP, natural language processing and all, this is basically not helping, or it is acting as a key enabler for the team operations team, wherein like the team can very well know, give their command over the speech, and the system will automatically understand and can very well process their given command. And we are basically moving from the reactive approach of managing the things to proactive, and from proactive to prescriptive. This is how like the intelligence actually being foreseen at the moment. With this, I would like to go to the next question to you, Vidya. What are the key considerations for integrating AI into the existing technology infrastructures within an industry?
So I think that's a good question, because first and foremost is data. A lot of companies, in fact, every company, even you yourself as an individual, have multiple sources of data, right? But your data is fragmented. If you just think about pictures, for instance, on your phone, you would have multiple pictures, but with no rotations, with nothing, right? Now imagine a corporate which has such an amount of data. If they don't have a data architecture, if they don't have a data plan, and the reality is that most organizations have politics at the core of them, which means there are data silos. So unless you have clean data, you cannot feed into AI, because what will happen is, if you just take an AI and think that it's a magic wand, it will help you, it's actually going to produce bad decisions because your data was bad. You might be overall thinking that, wow, I'm getting so much of data and insights, but no, it's actually all bad. Because data has to be good. So the first thing is that you need to have a data architecture, you need clean data, you need to annotate data, and then you need to have a data plan as to how it falls into the system. The second is legacy systems. You'd be surprised that most of the companies, especially Fortune 500 companies, are still using mainframe from legacy times. 1980s, we're talking about 1990s, we're talking about. You would have seen even, there's a function called Doge that the new Trump administration launched, right? Which is being headed by Elon Musk. And they found out that people 150 years old were getting paid. But that's actually not 150-year-old people. It's because the software system being used was written in COBOL. And it's a legacy system. How do you integrate it with AI? So you will have a rise of APIs and middleware. Systems that can talk to these legacy systems, systems that can interpret what is happening in those systems and then extract and sync insights. The third is actually more challenging, and it's actually a more strategic overhauling of your organization. Because like I mentioned, politics exists as much as we want to close our eyes. Silos exist within organizations. If you want to utilize AI, how do you ensure that, let's say, a department which is taking a decision to include AI is actually looking at the right tools, is looking at the right confidentialities, is looking at the right security infrastructure if you don't have an org-wide policy? If you have an org-wide policy, how do you make sure that you train everyone? How do you make sure that you have everyone's buy-in? Because let's say, if you take any Fortune 500 company, they have 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 employees. You're looking at multiple teams, you're looking at multiple departments. How do you ensure there's actually collaborative communication flowing through? So AI is not something that you switch on and expect magic to happen at an organization level. At a unit level, it can. But if you want to truly take out benefits at an organization level, you have to overhaul the entire structure of how organizations work, how the strategy works, and how each piece talks to each other. Otherwise, it's just going to become extremely difficult for companies to manage. In fact, most companies are likely to fail if they use AI without proper planning. So the intended good that they thought will come of AI will actually accelerate their doom, because it will be everywhere, which is known as AI smog. And that is what organizations need to be wary of.
Thank you, Nitin. It was really very insightful, and we understood that like data is playing an important role when we talk from industry perspective. But before even getting into the AI or even getting into the data, it's very much important to look into the current strategy of an organization, whether the organization is well strategized or not, based upon the vision that the organization may have at the moment. If we are basically planning to implement AI at a scale, whether we have got proper infrastructure in place or not, whether we have got proper tools in place or not, whether we have got proper security layers in place or not. And once all these things are in place, then only we can think about the data part, because data is something which plays an important role when when we talk about the AI, because it is the data which basically creates the historical dump of information, and following to that, when the data is being cleaned and it is being processed through and to create different models out of it, then only we can ascertain that the given AI tool or AI model can very well work as per the requirement of the organization. So data and the tools and the infrastructure, all these things are basically interrelated, and they must be well integrated in a proper channel, so that we can very well strategize how the AI system can be well placed in an organization to achieve the future vision what we have thought of. One more question I would like to ask you, Divyan, on the same ground. What are the key challenges and opportunities in implementing AI-driven solutions in the Indian market, particularly in the Indian market? And maybe like you must have looked into these sectors, like it could be manufacturing, telecom, or maybe retail. So what are the challenges you have found, and how you can convert those challenges into the opportunities from Indian market perspective? I'm saying, because many of the people, many of the students might be thinking of to come up with an entrepreneur journey, and also like maybe this thing will basically help them to plan ahead.
Well, I think it's a good question. So look, we as a country are ambitious and growing, right? But we do have some fundamental challenges. How many of you have heard about the Indian AI mission? GPU. Anyone heard about the latest thing about the GPUs?
Yeah, the 5090 series.
Yeah, okay, but you know what India is doing at the national level on the GPU policy? Okay. So India has launched a GPU policy where they have gone ahead, contracted about 7 to 10 companies, and asked them to provide GPUs, which is graphical processing units, right? Which is the heart of the piece, which helps you train, deploy the AI models. At a national level, we've got about 14,000 GPUs coming in, which is great news. But just to give you a small context, X, which was formerly Twitter, its supercluster has 100,000 GPUs. DeepSeek, the Chinese model, is rumored to have used anywhere between 20,000 to 50,000 CPUs. Remember, these are singular companies. I'm not even talking about a national level. ChatGPT alone has about 50,000 GPUs. So we are at 40,000. So I think our challenges are unique. We must understand that as a nation, if we move forward and have our sovereign AI rights, we need to focus on infrastructure, which means developing the capacity and the financial funding for this. Because you can only implement something when you're starting to build it, or what will happen is you will end up being a consumer economy for AI models. If you think about it right now, we are a consumer economy for US technology. Your email is on Gmail. Your social communication is on WhatsApp or an Instagram, right? Your plumbing pipes within the IT is on an AWS or a Microsoft or a Google Cloud. If we are very serious about implementing change within the Indian IT industry or Indian entire industry ecosystem, specifically for MSMEs, we must recognize that there is a fundamental need to come up with policy that enables that. The first steps, I think, have been taken with the GPU mission, but I think more needs to be done. We talk about people being trained. It's not that easy. You cannot flip a switch and train people in prompt engineering, because prompt engineering by nature means you have to have output input orientation of your mind, which means you have to be logical, you have to be process based, and that doesn't come naturally because we are not naturally trained in, especially in the Indian education system, to do this. So I think with the NEP coming in, probably one generation down, you will see this change. But from an immediate consumption, while utilizing the models that are available offline, for instance, the OpenAIs and the DeepSeeks of the world, you will have to have policy and hand-holding to train people on how to leverage this. Because if you go back to what I said initially in the first question, singular departments can take out advantages from using AI, but at an organization level, if you do it, you have to have a cohesive policy. But you cannot have a cohesive policy, people don't even know what a cohesive policy looks like. So those conversations need to start. I headed an organization called Google Business Group. I was a global ambassador for that. We worked with Google. The singular initiative was to train entrepreneurs in technology, usage of technology. And that was a global mission, about 100 plus chapters. We need something like that in India if India has to benefit. Because otherwise, if you're not having that conversation, if you're not having that training, we will see only the topmost companies like Reliance. By the way, I don't know how many of you are aware, but Reliance is now a publicly stated goal that they will transition to a deep tech company. Remember, this is a company which made money in oil and gas. They now have a commitment to transform into a deep tech company. And by the way, this is one of the companies which is actually in that GPU vendor list that is supplying GPUs to the government. So it will again end up being top companies that are playing this field while all others get eliminated. Similarly, with what we are seeing right now in the US with OpenAI coming in, it's actually eliminating company after company after company because the minute it releases a new feature or a functionality, a new subset of companies are dying because you don't need to have those companies. I mean, as an individual now, I can literally go and develop my own custom GPT rather than paying a software price for a software off the shelf. So we must strategically think about what we need to do from Indian perspective for manufacturing especially, because AI, robotics go hand in hand. But again, we don't have funding. We are still looking at labor, right? We're still kind of trying to figure out which company goes on strike now, which company doesn't go on strike. So we have to move very aggressively forward in this. Otherwise, the benefits will surpass us and we'll end up becoming consuming companies, a consuming nation.
Thank you, Nitin. I think it was a very comprehensive discussion around like what are the challenges and the opportunities from the Indian market perspective. And just to conclude with it, what I understood, like it's very much important to look into the policies, look into the government aid that we have got today. Government has come up with several initiatives, including Startup India, even India, like recently has introduced few of its new initiatives in order to boost up the technology practice and at the same time the entrepreneurship part. In fact, the NCRT and AICTE, they are working collaboratively in order to boost up the ADP, that is the National Education Policy. So lots of things, lots of new things are happening already, GPU mission and all. But at the same time, I would say the overall market opportunity from India perspective, it is very much fertile at the moment. But only thing like you should understand like what idea that you have got today and how you want to how you want to go ahead with it. So today we have got quite a good number of incubation centers. Many of the colleges have already introduced their incubation centers. So maybe like at the university level, at the college level, they can very well invest their time and effort into identifying what are all the opportunities that are lying in the market and how we can get them into our institution, so that like the same can very well be utilized by the students in turn. With this, I'm handing over to Ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Subhajit. We will just hold the session and take a moment to introduce Professor Sanjeeva Shankar Dubey. I would like to request Mr. Tarun and Dr. Sahil Ramchandani to please felicitate Professor Sanjeeva Dubey ji. Thank you, Dr. Sahil. Thank you, Mr. Tarun. Professor Dr. Sanjeeva Shankar Dubey is a distinguished academician and author specializing in emerging technology, digital transformation, IT strategy, and business innovation. He currently serves as a Dean of Executive Education and Hybrid Programs at ILM and was formerly the Dean of Academics and Chairperson of PGDM online program at BIMTech. With expertise in managing area, IT sourcing projects, and large-scale IT operations, he has a proven track record in service delivery across multiple geographies. A former member of the IBM Academy of Technology, Professor Sanjeeva has profound knowledge of IT strategy, business transformation, and management consulting, particularly in the telecom and manufacturing domains. He actively mentors startups and teams as part of the NASSCOM Startup Mentor. Professor Sanjeeva also shares his insights as a visiting professor at leading institutions, including IIM Shillong, IIM Indore, IIM Lucknow, SPJ School, Global School of Management, Dubai, and Singapore, IMI New Delhi, and FMS Delhi University. His multifaceted expertise and commitment to education and innovation make him a respected figure in technology and management. It's a pleasure having you, sir. I now please request to please continue with the discussion. Thank you.
So thank you, Divyan, for giving us a good, insightful information around AI, how AI is going to impact the business, what is the future of AI, what is the future of Indian market from AI perspective and all. Now I would like to go to Mr. Smith Sharma with two questions to him. As I understand that you have been into the quality control and compliance. So in today's data-driven world, how can AI be utilized to ensure the quality control and compliance while handling the challenges around the cybersecurity and data privacy?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that I am delighted today to see that today I am sitting with the future generation of Viksit Bharat. And you are the person who are supposed to create the Viksit Bharat for us, because we have seen that dream in our life, which you are going to convert, that is for sure. जब तक हमारे लक्ष्य अधूरे पूरा अपना काम न समझो, जब तक हमारे लक्ष्य अधूरे पूरा अपना काम न समझो, अमृत काल के प्रथम चरण को अंतिम सोपान न समझो, विकसित भारत के नव शिखर बनाने हमको नींवों में ही अपना होगा, अब भारत को जुटना होगा, अब भारत को जुटना होगा. Today we are living in the era where we are talking about agriculture to AI. Agriculture is our core domain, and we are moving towards AI. By 2030, this AI is supposed to contribute around $16 trillion to the economy. There is a direct and indirect impact with respect to all types of businesses. When I say businesses, it means starting from the need identification of an organization, research and development, supplier control, manufacturing, service, quality assurance, quality control. Each and every aspect of business is going to integrate with artificial intelligence. When I say a business, it means 6M: man, machine, material, method, measurement, and mother environment. All these 6 M's are supposed to be impacted by the AI. And I know that a lot of you as a young generation would like to open your own startup in future. And you would like to become uniform. And you would like to attain speed, scale, and volume. But speed and scale is possible. What is difficult? Sustainability. So if you would like to attain speed, scale, along with sustainability, you have to club quality and technology with these factors. So if you derive quality in all aspects of your business processes, then you can attain sustainability. When I say technology and quality, still there is a myth around perception across all the sectors
not only manufacturing, service sector, aviation, automobile. There's a myth around perception that attaining good quality and technological intervention is costly affair. खर्चा बहुत करना पड़ता है. But that is a myth. Number of surveys has been conducted across the globe, which shows that attaining good quality of product and services, along with the technical and technological interventions, cost around 5 to 10% of total revenue. Means if you would like to create a good product or service in the market on a faster pace with lot of volumes, the expenses would be around 5 to 10% of total revenue. But if we talk about poor quality of product and services, it may go up to 15 to 35% of total revenue, which includes rejection, rework, customer complaints, litigations, warranty claims, and sometimes losing your customers in the market. So conclusively, what we can say that attaining good quality and technological intervention is a cheaper option. So first we have to break this myth ki kaisa hoga. Second point is that ki if we see this global trend, today what AI we see is not a real AI. Still, we are waiting for the actual and real AI to integrate in our systems and processes, especially business processes. The today AI which we see, there is a simply a composition or complex composition of huge data with respect to certain algorithms. और आज हमको लगता है कि शायद AI कभी human being को क्रॉस नहीं कर पाएगी. ये भी myth हो सकता है. In future, we can see such AI tools which will break all the norms, even if algorithms may be created. Algorithms may be developed by AI tools. So we are waiting for that revolution. So, इसका सार क्या है? Each and everybody has to integrate his or her practices with respect to AI. We have to develop our skills. We have to improve our competencies, and we are not supposed to work in silos. Agriculture doesn't mean I cannot work with respect to cyber security or AI. Today we see a lot of drones. Those are autonomous drones powered with AI, which are facilitating irrigations, pesticide the distribution, for monitoring of crops. It means no sector will work in isolation. Technology needs to be clubbed with all aspects and all sectors. So, earlier, what was the concept? That we have to attain efficiency and effectiveness in all things. Now, today, what is the concept? Effectiveness, efficiency with ethics. AI, the biggest concern remains with ethical use of AI. So whatever AI we are utilizing today or we are supposed to utilize in near future must have efficiency, effectiveness, and ethical use. These are my initial thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. I think like this was quite interesting to understand like how like it's like though when we talk about the technology, when we talk about the market and all, one important key component over there is like the sustainability, because ultimately it's not that like we have launched something in the market. Doesn't matter whether it is going to be there in the market or not. We have to look from the perspective whether it is going to be sustainable or not. Even from technology perspective as well, like whether a particular technology is sustainable in the market or not. And that comes only when we look upon one important factor, that is the quality. Whether we are meeting that quality benchmark or not. Because if the quality is compromised, then in that case it is quite possible that today maybe because of cheaper rate or so, people may get attracted to it. But very soon, due to the substandard quality, things will start failing, and whatever the people that you have gained access to them, they will start losing their interest and you will incur a big loss. So, and at the same time, there are certain myths as well regarding the quality and the technology that it is costly. Certainly, it can be costly at the first go. I'm not denying that part, but it is always better to go with the quality, go with the good technology, so that when we talk from economy of scale perspective, like it's not that like you are just launching something for once and thereafter you will just shut the door. It will be manufactured, it will be launched in the market, that will be the production itself. So in that case, like in case like it current today, we don't look upon the quality part or we don't look upon the technology part just because of to save certain money. Tomorrow we can incur a huge loss as well that may go up to 35 to 50% as well. So the outcome of our product must be sustainable. It should not lead to some sort of failure. That is very much important. Another one is like very important part was like effectiveness, efficiency that should be enabled with the ethics. So ethical measures are very much important from organizational perspective. Even today, I'm talking for all the students, young generation over here. So those who are planning to become an entrepreneur, you are thinking of certain idea, and with that idea, going to start your startup. Ethical standards are very much important. So that should be at the core. Like whatever I am going to launch in the market, it should be ethically standard. It should not impact the societal norms. It should not adversely impact, I'm saying, the environment and many other factors as well. And on top of that, there are three things. That is the quality part, the security part as well, and the responsibility towards the society. These three parts must always be there as a core value of an organization, whether the organization is very much already established somewhere in the back, or whether you are going to start something of your own. One more question I would like to ask Mr. Sharma. How can AI be used to enhance customer experience and engagement in various industries, and what are the best practices for achieving this?
So if we see, there are numerous examples which shows that initial phase of AI itself is facilitating those new type of customer experience. When we say customer requirements, there are two types of customer requirements. One is need of the customer, which are basically stated requirements. And there is something else which we call expectations. Expectations are normally not stated, but customer feels ये चाहिए, ये extra मिल जाए तो अच्छा है, ये दिल मांगे move. So earlier, those were the days where we were talking about customer satisfaction. But today, what we talk about customer delight. We talk about wow factor, additional factor need to be there. So what AI is helping in terms of that wow factor, that all your browsing history, all your data is being captured by different companies. For example, you take the example of Amazon. Whatever the purchases you are doing on that portal, that entire history is being created. So you see that on your birthday, you see a special offer for you. They will send you customized messages based on their earlier purchase history as well as based on your browsing history. What are the searches you are making in last 1 month based on those internet history? You will see a lot of pop-ups. So what is this? This is the effective use of AI for customized approach by those multinational companies. Even if you have heard about this fast fashion, Zara, Uniqlo, all those big clothing brands, what they are doing, in each and every month, they are changing the fashion. They are changing all the clothing in the store. एक महीने बाद आप जाएंगे, आपको सब पुराना कुछ नहीं मिलेगा. How this is happening on faster pace? Based on enormous data which is being captured and which is being utilized to create more fashion trends. Even if today we see each and every 6 months you see change in the iPhone model. पहले तो ऐसा नहीं होता. Why this is happening? Because it's dil maange more. And in near future, what you can see Even if for Ram, for Mr. Shyam, or Miss Hema, there will be customized phones. You can define the specification of your phone in the future. I want this much of memory. I want this much of specification, pixel size of camera. So that is the happening, which is possible in the future. So that's how AI is impacting not only in terms of process improvement, process efficiency, but in terms of a 3D environment or virtual reality environment in terms of customer experience. In today, there are a lot of portals are available on which you can select a particular dress, you can upload your picture, and you see that particular dress is being worn by you. So you can have a actual feel of that particular dress. So such type of interventions are happening due to effective use of AI. And shortly in coming future, you will see that all such type of purchases which you are doing online will have such type of virtual reality experience.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. So basically, we have got to know about the personalized AI system, wherein he has touched upon the Indian decision-making system as well, wherein the system can itself understand our requirement. AI will be strong enough to transform the need into the desire. So far, we have been talking about the customer experience and all. Now we are talking about the customer delight. That is quite, I can very well feel this is very much significant from the market and business perspective. We are looking upon the wow factors, like how we can make sure that our customers should be well satisfied and we can gain their loyalty as well. So AI is playing an important role when it comes down to customer retention and like when we develop some sort of a system in order to validate the system can well interact with the customer. We must have like heard about the chat machines and all, like intelligent chat systems and all, wherein like at the other end, you don't know like who is basically sitting, whether it's a human being or the bot, but the bot can very well interact with you as if it is impersonating a person who is sitting at the other side, and it can very well answer all your questions as well. With this, I would like to move to Mr. Dr. S.G. So I would like to know from you, like, what are the key? Can we take the career question first? Yes, I think like we can get into the career part. How do you foresee AI as a game changer for the current or future generations from their career perspective?
Thank you, sir, for inviting me, and thanks for SBS to call me, of course, to be here for this seminar. And I'm delighted to be here. I see a lot of budding faces here. Are you listening to me at our back? Are you able to see me? Yeah. Good. So I got encouraged by Sharma ji because I also want to recite 2 lines of poetry. And that is just to tell you that कुछ ख्वाब सजाए रखना, एक आग जलाए रखना, जो ठान लिया हो मन में वह बात बचाए रखना. तो गाने तो मुश्किल होगी, आसान सफर न होगा, पर कुछ करने का जज्बा हर रोज बचाए रखना. तो हम लोगों के लिए we have an opportunity of the lifetime for the country. Opportunity is that India is known to be I think it's the world largest population. It is one of the average younger age is young, average age is young, and we are also the IT service provider of the world. Okay. 30 years ago, when I was a mechanical engineer and I was found a job in Tata factory, somebody suggested me to join IT, and I never regret. So today, this kind of change is coming up. after internet or after, let's say, the discovery of wheel, this technology is going to democratize the application, democratize the use of this. So for each one of you, whether you are going to be a CA or a doctor or any practitioner, you have to adopt this skill. You don't have to build the AI model. You don't worry about GPUs, you don't worry about LLMs and all that. You only need to know how to use that model. For example, you don't have to develop Tally, but you need to know how to use the Tally, because that's what the CS will like to do. So this is something you can do. In your career, you will be very, very handicapped if you do not know how to utilize the AI tools and in your day-to-day work. Okay? And for that, there are many of them, and I'm sure you'll get to know more about it. So first of all, nobody will take away your job, but someone who has got a better knowledge or better skill in using the AI technology will be taking away your job. This is first thing of reskilling, and it is going to be a continuous reskilling. So it's going to be a game changer. We can be the fountainhead of all the AI development which can happen in India. Obviously, we need some GPUs, we need all that, this Modi is providing it for us. But ultimately, the desire has to come from you. The desire has to come from each one of us. There is no limitation. Don't worry about how much it will cost and everything. You already have a lot of things which you can start utilizing. As a career builder, I would feel that all career is going to be redefined. Okay, all applications is going to be redefined. I'm curating some program now where we say how AI will be used in humanity, or how it will be used in communication. So everywhere it is going to impact, and then curriculum has to change. It's a challenge for all our faculty in the lift. I've already told my faculty colleagues कि आप बुला लीजिए 2 घंटे में मैं सिखा देता हूँ जो मैं जानता हूँ. As a teacher, how I am using it, please take benefit and then start using it. No skill you will learn by going to the PowerPoint. It can only be learned by applying. It's like learning how to ride a bicycle. For riding a bicycle, you will have to ride the bicycle or fall down, lose yourself, but then only you will learn how to ride the bicycle. So this is a game changer which is going to happen. New jobs are going to come, new opportunities are going to come. There are new market segments are going to be redefined, and all of them are going to be easily available to you because you don't need extra money to learn them. You can use ChatGPT models as your tutor. Okay, they can create a personalized tutor for you, and you need to define. There are a lot of OpenAI and NVIDIA and Google are having plenty of open courses. IBM, there are plenty of open courses. I'm sure I can suggest some of them to you. It is for you to learn. It is for you to equip yourself for the career, to be ready to prove yourself that this is what I can do. Okay. The moment you learn that, you will be able to create your own application. You can do anything which is more worthwhile. And finally, the last thing is that I think this also requires a little bit of change in our curriculum. We are teaching for our students, but that is not a discussion which the student have to worry about. It is for the faculty to think about it, because if we do not prepare these people for the industry, they are not going to be useful in the industry. In my ideal career, I must have recruited 1,000+ MBA and BTech students, and everywhere, unless they are not ready for our job, I am not going to be happy.
Thank you, sir. It was really very insightful. So overall, so what we have heard about, like career is very much promising as the technology is evolving, so the career landscape is also changing. The thing which is very, very much required from industry perspective is like how well you can upskill yourself. Let us not set back with what we know. It's always like you learn, unlearn, again relearn. But there is in between like unlearn. I normally strike it off because not required. Unlearn is not required. It is basically you should learn and you should relearn as well. You should keep yourself updated and you should ensure that you are very much significant to the market. So you should be well connected to the market so that tomorrow, whenever there is any opportunity, whether the opportunity that you are going as part of a career perspective, or maybe from education, or it could be of your something of your own, it must be relevant as well in the market. it should not just be an aspirational or you just have thought a half-cooked idea and then you are working upon. From career perspective, personally, I would say like the future is very much exciting, very much promising. There are lots of new job opportunities that are coming on the way, which you will witness very soon. But yes, somewhere or other, we have to ensure that we are with time, we are with technology, we are with the momentum what we can see today in the market. So overall, what we have learned so far with our is that like how AI is basically impacting the market, the business, the industry. Um, what is the scenario of no market from India perspective, whether it is fertile or not? And from my, if you ask me, it's very much fertile. It's very much promising as well. Technology has spread its wings across all the industries, including the agriculture as well. I personally have mentored one of the agri-tech startup which has like recently which has got selected in Shark Tank as well. So there are lots of new opportunities that are coming up just because of the technology revolution. Generative AI nowadays you must have heard about. It's I would not say like it is very much at the it's very much matured at the moment. It is also evolving. But at the same time, there are many other aspects of AI also coming up, like the AI, sustainable AI, personalized AI, then green AI. Lots of things are coming up, and like it is completely again up to your interest, like which all the areas that you would like to take up, and with that you can very well plot your future career aspect, and yeah, and the rest of the things are very much in front of you. With this, I will just because in the interest of time, I have to conclude from my end. Now we are open for any question answer round. So anyone of you, if you would like to, if you like to share any of your question queries from career perspective, technology perspective, please feel free to ask.
Questions?
So I have a question to the panelists. So while having a discussion yesterday, and we understand the role of AI coming to the different sectors, I got myself lost in the discussion when it came to the part of AI in the consulting space. So, of course, consulting is very subjective. So I kind of found myself very confused that how is AI going to get into this space? This is my question.
So the consulting also requires a lot of tasks like research, like understanding about the customer, like understanding about the competitive scenarios. Everything which you want to do, you can utilize the artificial intelligence tools, generative AI, for example. You can utilize it to say, give me the SWOT analysis of this company. You can go to fintech.io. You go there and you say, and find out what is the 5-year outlook of company number A and company number B. And if you look at their balance sheet and all the published materials, and give you a 30-page report. Now, in order to generate this 30-page report, I've been a consultant myself. 30-page report, if you have to generate, maybe it will take 3 days for me to do. But what AI does, it gives me very fast. So our time will get saved. And a matter of fact, everywhere this is going to be useful.
Can I just add one context? So, what Professor Lewis said, that yes, what it gives you is it gives you acceleration, right? But when I go back to an article I wrote in 22, the careers that will come now are going to be just 2 stacks. You're going to be a super specialist in your job, or you're going to be a generalist with transferable skills. Specifically from consultancy, we already have AI models that are performing at PhD level intelligence. Look, we should not underestimate these models, okay? From a consulting perspective, because just yesterday we had a deep conversation, there's a huge battleground in consulting AI right now. DeepSeek, Perplexity, OpenAI are all going for this market for the simple reason these are high paid jobs, and therefore any AI model which cracks it has a shot at the team. What is going to happen is while you will have access to data, because the AI model will be able to extract a lot of data, but if you're not a good consultant, you will not be able to differentiate between what is actually accurate, what is not accurate. And that is where a good consultant is going to stand out. Right now, what is happening, again, I refer to the term AI sloppy. If you actually go and you use any of these AI models right now, and you ask them, like, listen, give me company financials. It's a very simple question, right? Give me company financials for 5 years. You'll be surprised to find that there are inaccuracies. Why? Because it comes down to the level of prompting that you do. When I go back to what I said, prompt engineering. If you don't know how to interface and extract information from an output-input perspective, again, logical thinking, critical reasoning, right? You are going to actually end up with so much of data that your output is going to get sullied. You're not going to be a good consultant. So for consultants who know how to leverage AI and the right models, you'll be a superstar. You'll be unstoppable. The reports that you took 5 days to produce, you can do now 5 reports in 1 day. But it has to be underpinned on your own systems, on your workflows, and on how you ensure that the output is validated. Without that, it's going to be a disaster.
One small question. Because we know by 2050 we are thinking the urban population will be doubled, right? And we're calling cities as an economic powerhouse and an engine of growth. Can you quote any specific example from public finance for World Bank, right? Any specific example of how AI or technology can be used to augment the own revenue? Because nowadays cities have to access the capital market, bond, green bond, new bond. How AI or technology can be used to augment the own revenue?
So I wrote a book actually called The World in 2050. I published this about 2 years ago, right? So cities are what? Cities are catchment areas. Catchment areas for labor. That's how our economic models work, right? You had people migrating from villagers or tier 2 cities to cities. And you're right, the financial models are kind of breaking down, right? The AI opportunities that are going to happen are going to be on multiple ways. First, it's going to enable people to unlock opportunities within their own towns. We have to go ahead and break down these silos. I mean, for instance, you look at Delhi. Delhi is crumbling. Whether you want to accept it or not, it's crumbling on every societal parameter, right? Your finances are going to get hit. As people move out who are actually earning that much, your taxes are going to get driven down. As your politics goes into the freebie mode, your revenues are going to drive down. So AI has to, and like I mentioned, you're only with 2 roles. You're going to be a specialist with critical reasoning and logical skills at the top of the pile, or you're going to be a generalist with transferable skills. Anyone in between who's doing the shortcut method is going to get eliminated. Because you're using shortcuts based on a system that themselves are coming for your job. So that's one. And on the, I think, national part, if I just take 1 second. So China has a lot of development on the chip side. Huawei, for instance, has now a 4 nanometer chip. I think India needs to accelerate that. It's very positive that we have fab plants now being set up by Tata's and everyone. But we do need to find out the supply, because there's only one company in Netherlands, ASML, which actually does like top of the line chip manufacturing. China is the only country which is actually going after it and cracking it. That's the crux of the entire Taiwan-China war and why US is interested in Taiwan. We unfortunately don't have anything close to what ASML does, all the capacity. We need to, and I think this is the perfect time, as the US administration's policy kind of says that go back, we must do what China did 10 years ago and actually call back our top of the line engineers, put them in a room, give them everything that they need, get a national mission out there, develop our own capability. Without that, it's going to be, again, a huge task competing with countries like China.
I have a slight different view on this, because whenever any new technological interventions are there, you can see a history as well. From the invention of calculator to the invention of computer, always it was thought that these devices, instruments, or these technologies will replace human capabilities. But at the same time, we have seen that after a period of time, human capabilities are also being evolved. So earlier, our efforts were on calculations. Now we don't want to waste our efforts on calculations. We would like to do something more, something new. So the debate will always be there, but the crux of the matter would be supposed to integrate our efforts into that directions, because we have to move from ease of life to the quality of life. Ease of life is one part which we are supposed to achieve, but after that, we are supposed to achieve quality of life. And quality of life depends how fast a work can be completed within a short span of time with bare minimum efforts. So such type of regulations will be there. As far as some other aspect with respect to cybersecurity and India's movement as far as AI is concerned, as we are closely working with NTR, and we have seen that during the Galwan clashes, when Chinese hacker attacked our power grid, the response was very swift and fast from Indian side due to extensive use of AI. So already Indian government is doing a lot of interventions with respect to right use of AI in the right direction. And I'm sure that likewise we have attained a significant position as global domain in terms of IT. AI, India is going to attain the same position.
I just want to add one thing over here is, I understand like nowadays like we are talking about the technology, the generative AI and all, what are all the threats of these things, but you always see like the technology is very much not directly proportional to the intellect. As the technology has evolved, so the intelligence also have evolved. So it will also impact the career perspective as well. So there is not much threat, I would say, at the moment from technology perspective, and in future also there won't be much threat, because as we go ahead in the ladder of the technology, so our inbuilt intellect also increases, because somewhere or other we just push few things, the manual things at the back, and we just go ahead with certain advanced thing, wherein like we have to use our manual effort as well. That basically add up our overall intellect. And secondly, there must be a proper blending of the experiential learning with technology-led learning. If that blending is there in place, a proper blending is there in place, I would say like the creativity will also get enhanced over a period of time. Because like when we are talking about the generative AI, there is something called prompt engineering as well. Nowadays, if I ask you like write a prompt engineer to give certain kind of output out of the system, there is a likely chance that there will be certain outcome but the outcome may not be what I am basically looking into or what I am desiring. So that part is also there behind, like how you can develop that sort of writing a good prompt and to become a prompt engineer as well, because most likely the future will be of a prompt engineer too. So we don't know, like we are just looking different perspective of the career at the moment. So overall, the threat, there is not much threat from career perspective, but the only thing is that how you can very well equip with the evolving technology, how you can very well upskill yourself so that you can stay relevant to the market. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, panelists, and Mr. Subhajit for making my job easier with your concluding remarks. So, be it Mr. Divyan highlighting on data architecture and with industry examples, or Mr. Sharma with his ethics, the importance of ethics in quality services or technology in services, and of course Mr. Professor Sanjeeva, who highlighted about the career aspects related to the use of AI, how it helps shaping careers. It has been, of course, a very enriching session for all of us, and I'm sure the students would love to interact with you, after the session. So now I would like to honor our guest with, mementos. I would like to request Dr. Anjana and Mr. Vikram Meena to give a token of appreciation to Professor Dr. Sanjeeva Shankar. I request Ms. Manju Tanwar and Dr. Gunjan to give a token of appreciation to Mr. C.S. Sharma, sir. I request Dr. Seher Saeed and Dr. Nisha Gupta to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Divyan Gupta. I request Ms. Leela Joshi and Mr. Sandeep Trehan to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Shubhadeep Bhattacharya. So thank you everyone thank you panelists, the organizing team, Dr. Seher and Ms. Pooja for the stage management of the session. We would proceed with the valedictory session. I request our panelists to stay back for the session. The audience, please remain seated. Thank you. Yes, sir, please.
मुझे बोला गया as soon as possible because Ajay Kumar Singh sir will be joining. Esteemed guest of honor, Senior Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, we will be beginning the valedictory session immediately. Sir, we deeply appreciate your presence with us today, and we are grateful for the commitments for your commitment to join us despite your emergent meeting. We welcome you, sir. Senior Professor Ajay Kumar Singh was to join us in the physical mode offline, but due to some emergent meeting, he is now joining us online, and we are truly grateful for him joining us despite so much of such a busy schedule. Thank you so much. Senior Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, Head, Department of Commerce, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Business, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. It is my honor to introduce our guest of honor, Senior Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, a distinguished academician and a visionary leader in the field of commerce and business studies. Professor Singh currently serves as a senior professor, head Department of Commerce and Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Business at Delhi School of Economics. With an illustrious career spanning over 3 decades, he has made significant contributions to teaching, research, and academic leadership. His expertise extends to areas such as financial management, corporate governance, business, earning him recognition both nationally and internationally. Sir is a prolific writer who has authored several books and research papers that have been published at several places, both nationally and internationally. I now request Senior Professor Ajay Kumar Singh to kindly join us online and share his views and for the success of this conference. A hearty welcome to you, sir.
Congratulations to the entire organizing team led by Honorable Principal of Shahid Bhagat Singh College, University of Delhi, in association with our own Department of Commerce and Economics, and all the delegates, paper presenters, guests, ladies and gentlemen. So, warm greetings to all of you once again. May I see the PPT? I'm not able to see that now. Earlier I was able to see that. Can you please show it again? Yeah. Can you move on to the next slide? Sustainable business transformation is something which is very important, very contemporary thing. Very important. So, no? Can you move on to the next slide, please? The agenda of the program is mentioned here in these slides. Can you move on to the next one? Yeah, so this is sustainable business transformation refers to the process of fundamentally changing companies' operations to prioritize environmental. Where are you? To prioritize environmental and social sustainability, leveraging technology is the key driver to innovate and create positive impact across all aspects of the business, from product development to supply chain management and customer engagement, and all those aspects which are there. You know, as students of commerce and maybe business, you understand that. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Please move on each way. And nowadays, I visited once our incubation center at the University of Delhi, and I realized that a lot of startups which are coming up in the University of Delhi, which are taking care of these aspects of environmental sustainability, social responsibility, and also economic viability. One such was, I have shared with my on my YouTube live link also. You can actually go there on my DRJ Testing YouTube live channel, and you can see how the youngsters are actually taking care of this. And so far as environmental sustainability is concerned, there is a concept of circular economy, that means moving away from a linear make this post model to a circular approach where waste is minimized. There's a concept of 18R, which will be discussed a little later. It is mentioned, one of my PhD scholars did PhD on circular economy. We realize that it is not 1, 2, or 3 R which is important. There are 13 R's in this. And there are so many companies who are actually using this particular aspect, and then carbon footprint reduction, water and resource conservation. All these are important aspects. Next slide, please. Because if we don't maintain the environment, the future will not allow us to stay on this planet Earth. Next slide. And DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is another dimension which is very, very important, which has taken primary place in today's corporate world. I can't see the PPT anymore. Please show it again. I don't know you are able to see it or not. So I was talking about DEI, and then there is fair labor practices and employee well-being, community engagement, and ethical sourcing. So all these are aspects which are important to consider. So employee well-being is also something which is to be taken care of, where people like us are there to tell that mental health is more important than anything else. If you are mentally not fit, then you may be physically fit, but you would lead towards physical sickness as well. And then there is economic viability, sustainable business models, ESG reporting and compliance. Now we have BRSR reporting also in India, which has been made mandatory for the top companies, which are listed companies. And then there is sustainable investment and green finance aspects. Next slide, please. Business responsibility and sustainability report, as I was mentioning to you, Tata Power report is there. You can move on to the next slide, where they have principles which they have followed. Like principle 1 is on ethics, transparency, and accountability. Like that, there are 9 principles that they have followed. Role of technology in driving innovation. As I was mentioning to you, one of the startups from Delhi, they are actually onboarding all the green initiatives. So it is very important to combine the two aspects. Next slide, please. Artificial intelligence and machine learning. These are the emerging technologies which are supporting sustainable business, and we must make good use of that. Blockchain for transparent supply chains. Internet of Things for smart sustainability. All these are dimensions which needs to take care of renewable energy technologies, circular economy and waste management technologies. And then the next are 18 R's, which I was talking to you about, the circular economy, wherein the first R1 is deconceptualize, R2 is recover, R3 recycle, R4 redesign, R5 redistribute, R6 reduce, R7 reevaluate, R8 refurbish, R9 refuse, R10 relocalize, R11 remanufacture, R12 repair, R13 replace, 14 repurpose, restore, restructure, rethink, and 18 is reuse. So these are important. We generally talk about only 3 R's, but there are 18 R's which we need to take care of. And it is important that we all take a resolve, to make this planet Earth a better place to live, because as per World Council for Sustainable Development, if we continue to grow in this manner that we are growing, it will take 2.3 times the resources of the planet Earth, which we don't have. That is why it is so important that we take care of this Earth, planet Earth, and innovation is something which is the key for solving our problems. And this is what I wanted to share with you. There are, although a little more slides, but I think the time is less. So there are certain examples like Tata Steel, AI for energy optimization, Infosys AI enabled green buildings, Zomato's electronic or electric vehicles fleet for sustainable delivery. All these are examples wherein the corporate world is actually also coming forward to ensure that it is taken care of, because if the world would not exist, then what we would do there? So it is our responsibility, collective responsibility, and individual responsibility, and educational institutions' responsibility also to ensure that we put in our efforts together to make sure that the world becomes a sustainable world, and for that we require sustainable business transformation, and for that the key is innovation, driving innovation. I congratulate once again the organizers for keeping this very contemporary theme and making it happen for the 2 days innovation conference. So my congratulations once again to all of you. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your great presence and the words of wisdom. I start again with the formal valedictory ceremony. Namaskar and good afternoon, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. As a mark of respect and honor to our distinguished university, may I request you all to kindly rise for our Kulgeet.
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान आलोक अनुपम श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान आलोक अनुपम सकल वसुधा निज कुटुंब की भावना संस्कृति सनातन आधुनिक शिक्षा पुरातन ज्ञान धारा हो संगम देश की स्वाधीनता हित भूमिका शतकोटि वंदन निष्ठा कृत सत्यम के मंगल दिव्य भावों का समागम जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का आलोक भव्य महाविद्यालयों के परिसरों से चिर सुशोभित श्रेष्ठ गुरुजन कर रहे छात्र और छात्राएं दीक्षित सभी चरित्राचार पावन साधना संकल्प से नवल वैश्विक चेतना नव क्रांति संस्कारों का उद्गम जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान आलोक अनुपम श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान आलोक अनुपम ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम
Thank you. जिन खोजा तिन पाइयां गहरे पानी पैठ जो बोरा डूबन डरा रहा किनारे बैठ. Sant Ravidas ji, through these words, rightly say, there's those who dare to dive deep, undeterred by challenges, find success and treasures untold. However, those who fear failure remain on the shore, missing the opportunity to achieve greatness. With this profound thought, I, Professor Meera Mehta, from the Department of Commerce, Shahid Bhagat Singh College, feel honored to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests. I welcome our respected principal, Professor Arun Kumar Atri, Professor Shikha Gupta, Conference Director and Teacher in Charge, our esteemed faculty members, distinguished participants from India and overseas, and last but not the least, our dear students to the valedictory ceremony of the 12th International Conference on Business and Management 2025. As we move forward with a spirit of pride and excellence, it gives us immense joy to present a glimpse of our college and department through a special video presentation. This journey offers not only a virtual tour of the institution, but also a reflection on our achievements, determination, and the collective efforts that have shaped our success.
Shahid Bhagat Singh College, named after the great son of India, Sardar Bhagat Singh, was established in the year 1967. The college has experienced remarkable growth since its inception, starting with just 3 courses and 134 students. Today, it boasts 10 courses, 166 teachers, and a vibrant student body of 3,600. This expansion reflects the college's commitment to fostering a diverse and intellectually stimulating academic environment. By promoting independence of thought and vision, the institution has distinguished itself in various academic and professional fields. Its dynamic atmosphere encourages both personal and intellectual growth, making it a hub for innovation and excellence. Our college has noted alumni who have excelled in various fields and have done wonders as academicians, influencers, actors, scholars, leaders, and visionaries. The college's growth has propelled immensely in the last 2 years since Professor Arun Kumar Atri took the charge as the principal of the college. He, after taking the charge as the principal, has appointed 88 permanent teachers, out of which 36 teachers were appointed in the Department of Commerce. Under his dynamic leadership, the infrastructure of the college is also developing significantly, which will help in multilateral growth of the students. Recently, Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Delhi, Professor Yogesh Singh, inaugurated a state-of-the-art infrastructure, including new staff room, parking area, conference hall, revamping of Bhagat Singh statue, and lifts in the college campus. He appreciated the philosophy of the college in aligning with the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Today, the college has new technology modified computer labs, air-conditioned smart classes, air-conditioned girls' common room, open-air auditorium, Gyan Prasar Kendra, and recently constructed college auditorium. In all these facilities, Commerce Department is the major stakeholder. To further enhance the administrative efficiency, the college has pioneered the implementation of an enterprise resource planning solution (ERP) within University of Delhi. The Commerce Department is the largest department of the college, comprising of 64 highly qualified faculty members specializing in different areas of business and management. The department envisions a holistic development of its students by giving them the exposure of leadership and entrepreneurship by organizing several activities under various societies like Commerce Association, 180 Degrees Consulting, Marksop, Ardent, and Supply Chain Management Cell. The Commerce Association is a prominent society of the college representing the Department of Commerce for 15 years since its inception in 2009. Every year, the Commerce Association hosts Udyam, a premier commerce festival, which includes a number of events observing a participation of about 1,500 students across universities. In addition, the association hosts Advitya, a talent show event for the specially abled that celebrates and unites courage and talent. The Marketing Society was formed with the vision to provide widespread knowledge and practical exposure in the domain of marketing. It conducts engaging mock talks, podcasts with notable personalities. It also organizes market for freshers featuring games and a treasure hunt. Ardent, the Tech and Analytics Society provides practical exposure to students through multiple live projects, financial modeling, valuation, and graphic design. 180 Degrees Consulting Society is a leading student-run consultancy for non-profit and social enterprises. Apart from providing consultations to the projects, 180DC also conducts mentorship sessions by working professionals and consultants for the students. Supply Chain Management Cell has consistently provided students with practical exposure and skill building opportunities by conducting insightful webinars with industry leaders like Bhupendra Madan and interactive industrial visits to Coca-Cola, Yakult, Parle-G, and Amul. Last year, all the societies of Commerce Department have come together to celebrate unanimity and inclusivity and organize their annual fest under a common umbrella event named as ComFest 2024, an inclusive and dynamic celebration of knowledge, ideas, and innovation. Beyond the classroom, our commitment to scholarly contributions shines through our peer-reviewed research journal, Journal of Business Studies, a platform that has been fostering research and excellence over 3 decades. It provides the researchers with a major platform to publish their quality research work in the area of finance, accounting, marketing, law, and human resource management. The department has an old tradition of organizing national and international conferences on business and management in diverse areas like FDI, mergers and acquisitions, financial sector reforms, corporate laws, and marketing. These conferences have been inaugurated by eminent personalities like Salman Khurshid, late Srimati Sheila Dikshit, Professor K.P. Agrawal, and India's G20 Sherpa, Shri Amitabh Kant. There has always been an overwhelming response from the academicians, researchers, and practitioners from all over the country and overseas in these conferences. This year, our conference promises to bring together highly reputed academicians, industry representatives, innovators, leaders, professionals, and practitioners on the theme Sustainable Business Transformation, Driving Innovation and Impact Through Technology. Thus, we take pride in organizing this conference and welcome you all to 12th International Conference on Business and Management 2025. We hope you will find yourself enriched after attending various sessions of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. On this momentous occasion, it is a privilege to welcome esteemed dignitary from the world of academia. We are honored to have Shri Hitesh Vaidya, former Director of National Institute of Urban Affairs, member Kerala Urban Policy Commission, as our chief guest. With a round of applause, I kindly invite our respected principal, Professor Arun Kumar Atri, Dr. Shikha Gupta, and Dr. Sonal Thakral, conference directors, to escort our guest in joining me on the dais. I request Principal Sir and Professor Shikha Gupta to kindly welcome and felicitate our chief guest, Sri Hitesh Vaidya, with a planter and a shawl. Organized by the Department of Commerce, Shahid Bhagat Singh College, this conference served as a platform for intellectual exploration, meaningful discussions, and valuable networking. In today's fast evolving world, businesses face challenges driven by rapid technological advancements, rising consumer expectations, and global issues. The demand for sustainable practices is more urgent than ever, shaped by environmental concerns, social responsibility, and economic viability. Over the past 2 days, we have exchanged ideas, broadened perspectives, and built connections that I believe will leave a lasting impact beyond this conference. न मैं गिरा, न मेरे हौसलों की मीनार गिरे, लेकिन मुझे गिराने के लिए कुछ लोग कई बार गिरे। सवाल जहर का नहीं था, वो तो मैं पी गया, तकलीफ लोगों को तब हुई जब मैं जी गया। These words aptly describe, he definitely needs that. These words aptly describe the personality of our principal, Professor Arun Kumar Astri, whose leadership, support, and dedication has always inspired us to do our best. अच्छा नेतृत्व वह है जो हर कदम पर साथ खड़ा हो और सबको आगे बढ़ने का हौसला दे. Sir, you truly exemplify this, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thanks a lot, Professor Meera Mehta. Actually, these are the words that she has spoken in my status, WhatsApp status. So, first of all, I welcome Shri Hitesh Vaidya, Former Director and National Institute of Urban Affairs, Urban Management. I also welcome Senior Professor Ajay Kumar Singh. You have just heard him, Head of the Department of Commerce, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Business, University of Delhi. Professor Shikha Gupta, who is the Director of the conference, and Dr. Sunal Tukral, who is also the Organizing Secretary, along with Jaikar Sodagiri. And all my dear friends, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and dear students. So it's a matter of great pride and privilege for me to extend a very warm welcome and hearty welcome to all this evening at the validity session of the 12th International Conference on Business and Management, which is being jointly organized by Department of Commerce, Shahid Bhagat Singh College and Department of Commerce, University of Delhi. The theme, as you know, that for the last 2 days you are listening to this sustainable business transformation, driving innovation and impact through technology. And I am sure that you might have, especially the students, might have gained to the insights about the artificial intelligence and other technologies which are emerging in this era and how they are transforming the business values. So today we are honored to have amongst us our visionary and affectionate personality, Shri Hitesh Vaidya ji. And we are very thankful to him as he has agreed to be the chief guest on this validity program. I also convey my thanks to keynote speakers in the inaugural, Professor Harsh Verma, who was the former faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi, and CA Narendra Varma, who has also been the alumnus of our college, Managing Director, Sky Capital, member of National Executive Committee, FICCI, SHM, and PhD CCI. The present conference serves as a platform to address pressing topics, including the challenges of implementing artificial intelligence, the evolving role of managers in an automated era, and the ethical dimensions of technological integration. See, when we progress, quite often we talk about that the development, and nowadays we are also talking about reaching to the goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047. But no development can be sustainable unless and until there are ethics involved. So development along with ethics is must. No family can grow, no society can grow, no country can grow if everybody is not getting the benefit of that growth, that we call inclusive growth. कभी ऐसा नहीं होता कि एक घर में आप देखिए कि अगर 3 भाई हैं तो 2 बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं और एक भाई अच्छा नहीं कर रहा है, तो वो फैमिली खुशहाल नहीं होती। तो वो 2 भाइयों का फर्ज होता है कि उस भाई को भी अपने साथ लेके आए और जो उन्होंने कमाया है और जो उन्होंने हासिल किया है उसको भी पुश करें और उसको भी उस कामयाबी के दरवाजे तक लेके आए। तो यही हम सबका भी कर्तव्य है, फर्ज है कि विकसित भारत कब होगा, विकसित भारत हम सबको प्रयास करना होगा। We all have to contribute and we have to ensure that the benefit of this development, this growth reaches to the every section of the society. Be the students, be the teachers, be the members of the society or any person. अगर एक भी व्यक्ति हाशिए पे खड़ा रह जाता है तो वो विकसित राष्ट्र नहीं कहलाया जा सकता। But at the same time we have to ensure that there are ethical standards. हम पढ़ाते हैं ethics, लेकिन ethics और morality बहुत सारे बच्चों को मतलब पता है ethics और morality का difference? Anybody who knows what is the difference between ethics and morality? Any student? Yes.
Sir, I think जो हमारे पर्सनल ओपिनियन से बनते हैं और मोरालिटी जो ओवरऑल जो चीज सही है, आई थिंक जो हम अपने चीजों से बनाते हैं, उसके एक्सपीरियंसेस से, और मोरालिटी जो लिखित है जो हमेशा से ही चलती आ रही है।
कुछ रिवर्स हो सकता है क्या?
Ethics are laid by the organizations, and morality is the right and wrong belief of ourselves and society.
Yes, basically morality, देखिए दोनों ethics और morality की जब हम बात करते हैं तो morality is the individual belief about right or wrong. क्या सही है क्या गलत है, मेरा individual belief क्या है वो मेरी morality है. So morality is largely individual, comes from within, and ethics are the norms of the society, the judgments about the right and wrong which are imposed by the society. So they are more in the form of societal norms. इसीलिए हम बोलते हैं teachers के लिए भी बोलते हैं ethical code of conduct. तो वो ethical code of conduct है कि ethics क्या होने चाहिए, norms क्या हैं, क्या होना चाहिए हमारा, लेकिन मुझे क्या सही लगता है वो एक बड़ा important चीज है। हो सकता है किसी फैमिली में आप देखिए कि अगर किसी बच्चे को शुरू से कोई देखता है कि मेरे घर में तो करप्शन एक नॉर्म है, टैक्स अवॉइडेंस, टैक्स इवेजन एक नॉर्म है, बिजनेस फैमिली है, उसमें बच्चे को शुरू से बता रहे हैं कुछ नहीं बेटा ये टैक्स इतना हमने चोरी कर लिया टैक्स का, तो सोचो जब वो बच्चा बड़ा होगा तो उसके लिए टैक्स इवेजन, चोरी, करप्शन, गलत काम करना उसके लिए कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं रह जाएगा, उसकी मोरालिटी उसको एक्सेप्ट करेगी। लेकिन वो एथिकली गलत है, रिवर्स भी होता है कई बार, एथिकली कोई चीज सही होती है लेकिन मोरालिटी मेरी को उसको अलाउ नहीं करती, और रिवर्स एथिकली गलत है, मोरालिटी मेरी एक्सेप्ट करती है। तो एज ए गुड सिटीजन यू हैव टू बी मॉरली करेक्ट एंड एथिकली आल्सो अपराइट। आपको नॉर्म्स भी सोसाइटी के फॉलो करने हैं और मोरालिटी भी आपकी सही होनी चाहिए। Especially those people, those who are reaching to the higher positions, they have to set an example to be ethically correct and morally upright also. So I expect all the students to set an example and don't indulge in ethical unethical practices. जैसे हम एग्जाम में चीटिंग करते हैं, ठीक है, वो क्या है, अनएथिकल प्रैक्टिस है। कई बार क्या होता है, टीचर ने बोल दिया, सोचो अरे सब चीटिंग कर रहे हैं, ओपन बुक एग्जामिनेशन है, एथिकली करेक्ट हो गया, लेकिन यार मेरा मन नहीं कर रहा, मुझे नहीं करना चाहिए, मुझे जितना आता है मैं उतना ही करूंगा जितना मैंने पढ़ाई से किया है। हमें भी जिंदगी में बहुत बार ऐसे मौके मिले जब चीटिंग कर सकते थे। जैसे मैं जामिया यूनिवर्सिटी से पढ़ा तो वहां पे उर्दू का पेपर बड़ा क्वालिफाइंग होता था, तो उर्दू का पेपर क्वालिफाइंग होता था। अब उसमें क्वालिफाई कर, अब हमने क्या हुआ कि 5 फलों के नाम, 5 फूल के नाम, एक गजल, ये सब क्वेश्चन मतलब एक क्वालिफाइंग नेचर का होता है। तो सर ये हम पढ़ के चले गए 5 फल के नाम, 5 फूलों के नाम, हमने कहा चीटिंग नहीं करेंगे। और वहां पे मतलब ऐसा बोला गया कि अरे नहीं ये तो 5 फलों के नाम, 5 फूलों के नाम है, कोई भी आपस में लिखा देते हैं क्योंकि कोई मार्क्स जुड़ते तो है नहीं मेरिट में, तो कोई ऐसा इशू नहीं है। तो मैंने कहा मैं अपनी लाइफ में मैंने कभी चीटिंग नहीं की एग्जाम में, चाहे मैंने कहा मैं फेल हो जाऊं तो नहीं करेंगे। अब वहां पे हम पहुंच गए, पहुंचने के बाद ये भूल गए कि क्वेश्चन ये कैसे पता चले कि कहां पे 5 फलों के नाम मांगे गए, कहां पे 5 फूलों के नाम मांगे। वो तो पता था कि लिखने क्या लिखने के रट के गए थे, लेकिन कहां करना है। तो वहां पे बड़ा एक मोरालिटी में इशू आ गया कि यार क्या ये पूछ लूं कि पहला वाला क्वेश्चन किसका है, दूसरा वाला किसका है। तो वहां पे टीचर घूम रहे थे, तो उन्होंने बोला बेटा लिख क्यों नहीं रहा है। मैंने कहा सर पढ़ के तो आया हूं पर ये नहीं पता चल रहा क्वेश्चन कौन सा है। तो उन्होंने बता दिया। तो मैं सोचता रहा कि मतलब मैंने क्या गलत किया अपने जीवन में या सही किया। वो आप लोगों को छोड़ता हूँ, कभी ऐसा मन में विचार आए तो ध्यान रखना। लेकिन ये जितने भी बच्चे आज की डेट में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से, चैट जीपीटी से अपना भविष्य बनाने की सोच रहे हैं, आर्टिफिशियल देखिए टेक्नोलॉजी, आई डोंट नो अभी आप लोगों ने 2 दिन में ये सीखा होगा, और आई एम श्योर दैट जितने एक्सपर्ट्स आए उन्होंने, जो पहले डिस्कशन भी चल रहा था वो बच्चा बोल रहा था कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में जी टीचर्स मना करते हैं कि नहीं यूज करना चाहिए, तो बच्चे क्या करें, असाइनमेंट्स भी बना के लाते हैं। आई थिंक टेक्नोलॉजी शुड बी यूज्ड एज एन एड टू एनहांस योर कैपेसिटी। इट शुड नॉट रिप्लेस द ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस, इट शुड सप्लीमेंट द ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस। आप अपनी कैपेसिटी बढ़ा सकते हैं, चैट जीपीटी यूज करना कोई गलत बात नहीं है। मैंने अपने ऑफिस में लोगों को यूज कराया है, क्योंकि जब वो ड्राफ्टिंग करके लाते थे उसके बड़ा खराब ड्राफ्टिंग करके लाते थे, तो मैंने कहा आप इसको अपने भाव को लिखिए, आप चैट जीपीटी में उसको पढ़िए और पढ़ने के बाद उसको करेक्ट कीजिए। ऐसा कोई भी मेरे सामने चैट जीपीटी से नोट नहीं लेके आएगा जो एग्जैक्टली कॉपी होगा। तो अब वो उसके बाद क्या हुआ, उनकी खुद की इंग्लिश भी इंप्रूव होगी, खुद की ड्राफ्टिंग भी इंप्रूव होगी। अगर आप टोटली रिप्लेस कर दोगे उसको तो डेफिनेटली यू विल बी लैगिंग बिहाइंड। और फिर जैसा कि सर ने बताया कि बरेली में, यूपी में ऐसा हुआ कि वहां पर जीपीएस ने रास्ता दिखाया और वो ब्रिज आधा टूटा हुआ था, वो उसमें ध्यान नहीं दिया। यूजुअली ऐसा होता है, हम इतने ज्यादा टेक्नोलॉजी पे डिपेंडेंट हो जाते हैं, हम देखते ही नहीं है कि आगे क्या चल रहा है। तो टेक्नोलॉजी इज अ वे फॉरवर्ड मूव, यू कैन गो अहेड, आप आगे प्रोग्रेस कर सकते हैं। So there are certain things I am sure that you have learned through this conference, that how ethical we have to be along with the progress, development and all these things. So we already have our guest and expert on this to speak. I would not take much time, but at the end I would also like to thank the conference director, Professor Shikha Gupta, the organizing secretary, all the department teachers, those who have the organizing team, those who have worked day and night, NCC cadets, NSS students, and all the students of Department of Commerce and other departments also, those who have joined, and the paper presenters and all the dignitaries, panel discussion experts, that you have really made a mark and you have made this conference a success. Aapki conference successful hui. I was having certain, as usual, being I look things at perfection, so I was having, I am blunt also, I say these things, so I was having certain apprehensions at the beginning, but things move very well, and now I can see that yes, this conference is a very good, a great success. And especially those who have joined today, I would like to mention that this is the first time we are organizing this conference in our own college, and we have inaugurated this academic auditorium 3 days back. So once again, congratulations to everyone, and my best wishes to Commerce Department to have such more conferences and great events in future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those words of wisdom and highlighting the role of ethics and morality in our life. Thank you so much, sir. I now invite Dr. Kalpana Gupta and Engineer Jaika Sodagare to please welcome and felicitate Dr. Sonal Thakral, Director Conference, here representing the Department of Commerce, our collaborators from Delhi School of Economics. Thank you, Dr. Kalpana and Jayakar ji. I now invite Dr. Shuchipriya Mittal and Ms. Shivangi Dhawan, esteemed faculty members of the Department of Commerce, to kindly deliver the rapporteur's address.
Good evening, respected Principal Sir Professor Arun Kumar Attri, Chief Guest Shri Hitesh Vaidya, former Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs, Urban Management, and guest of honor Senior Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, Head and Dean, Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi, Dr. Sonal Thakral, Associate Professor and Coordinator, University and College Interface, Professor Shikha Gupta. Over the course of last 2 days, we have witnessed vibrant discussions, groundbreaking research paper presentations, and exchange of transformative ideas that have aligned with the theme of our 12th International Conference on Business and Management, Sustainable Business Transformation, Driving Innovation and Impact Through Technology, which was organized in collaboration with the Department of Commerce, Department College Interface, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. The knowledge partner for the event was Sabaragamuwa University of Sri Lanka and the publication partner Atlantis Press. The session commenced with a documentary showcasing the academic and co-curricular activities of the college and notable alumni, emphasizing the legacy of the college and the achievements made under the dynamic and transformative leadership of our principal, Sir Professor Arun Kumar Attri. The conference was formally inaugurated by Chief Guest C.H. Charanjot Singh Nanda, Honorable President, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and the guest of honors Dr. Philip Eckermann, German Ambassador to India, alongside the guest of honor Senior Professor V.K. Shrutria, Department of Commerce, University of Delhi. Professor Shikha Gupta, Conference Director, along with Engineer Jayakar Sodagare, Organizing Secretary, appraised the audience on the relevance of sustainable business transformation through cutting-edge innovation and technological advancements. Our principal, Sir Professor Arun Kumar Attri, shared the legacy of Shri Bhagat Singh College, conducting a much-awaited conference every year, praising the efforts of his predecessors and showing commitment to carry forward the legacy. Chief Guest C.H. Charanjot Singh Nanda addressed the gathering with his deep insights and inspiring words, highlighting the importance of collaboration and connectivity for a successful career. He further emphasized upon the importance of data-driven decisions and innovations, and mentioned the role of Internet of Things along with artificial intelligence as an enabler to achieve long-term success. He further highlighted the importance of business transformations through sustainable solutions, green technology, and ethical sourcing. Guest of honor Dr. Philip Eckermann shared anecdotes from his work-life experiences in India. He emphasized upon looking at sustainability as a huge opportunity to develop ideas and technology to make business achieve long-term success. He further praised the efforts of several Indian private sector business organizations in successfully harnessing renewable sources of energy and their role in making India a major energy exporter in coming years. Guest of honor Professor Shrotriya touched upon the theme of the conference and highlighted the importance of sustainable business models and developing an attitude of learning, relearning, and unlearning for better employability and continuous technological advancements for nation building to achieve the dream of Viksit Bharat by 2047 with artificial intelligence revolution. The inaugural session was concluded with a keynote address by Professor Dr. Harsh V. Verma, Professor, Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi. In contrast to the other speakers, Professor Harsh V. Verma highlighted the relevance of effectiveness before efficiency. He contrasted the Eastern and Western worldview of production and consumption. He enlightened the audience about the over-promise of artificial intelligence. Another keynote speaker, C. Narendra Madhav, Managing Director, SKI Capital and member of National Executive Committee, FICCI, Association and PhD CCI, highlighted the need to commit to technological advancements and adoption as technology is a catalyst for innovation and cost reduction. He emphasized achieving sustainability for growth and nation building without hampering competitiveness. He also talked about business transformations through upskilling, reskilling, and leveraging data analysis to increase operational efficiency and cost cutting. The first plenary session of the conference served as a dynamic industry academia interface, bringing together experts to discuss the role of business in advancing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The session was moderated by Dr. Kirti Sharma, Associate Professor MGI Gurgaon, who set the tone with an engaging narrative on SDGs, leading to a thought-provoking discussion on aligning business strategies with sustainability goals. Dr. Sudhir Nehani, Chief Digitalization Officer at Marzoli, India, emphasized that sustainability is a moral responsibility for all. He highlighted the crucial role of artificial intelligence and technology in achieving sustainability, making a strong case for their integration into business practices. His session was highly interactive, encouraging participants to reflect on digital advancements in sustainability. Dr. S.K. Gupta, Managing Director of ICBM, Registered Values Organization, provided insights into the challenges of VUCA world, where business are rapidly evolving and India witnessing the rise of 115 unicorns. He underscored how business are increasingly aligning with UN SDGs and discussed the risks and challenges of incorporating ESG principles, particularly policy changes. Additionally, he emphasized the role of individual social responsibility in achieving sustainability. Dr. Ankita Kashyap, ESG partner at FSR Management Advisor, addressed the financial barriers to sustainability, pointing out the lack of financial incentive and capital. She called for a systematic approach to enhance communication, commitment to sustainability. She also highlighted the application of blockchain technology, citing examples from Unilever and IBM, and warned against the greenwashing, stressing that SDGs should not remain mere rhetoric but be translated into concrete actions. Overall, the session provided valuable insights into the opportunities and challenges business face in aligning the SDGs. The discussion reinforced the critical role of technology, policy framework, and the financial mechanisms and individual responsibility in driving sustainable development in the corporate world. Last but not the least, on day one, 34 research papers were presented, and there were 5 themes, and there were quite a number of session chairs from Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi, Jamia Millia University. I won't take much time because I have to cover day 2 as well. So over to Ms. Shivangi Dhawan.
Thank you, Shoshima. Respected Principal Sir, distinguished speakers, esteemed guests on and off the dais, respected session chairs, all the dignitaries and dear participants. I am Shivangi Dhawan, Assistant Professor at the Department of Commerce, Shaheed Bhagat Singh College. It is an absolute honor for the Reputable Committee to present this summary of the insightful deliberations and contributions made during the second day of the 12th International Conference on Business and Management 2025. The day was marked by engaging discussions, research presentations, and exchange of transformative ideas, aligning with conference theme, sustainable business transformation, driving innovation and impact through technology. The day commenced with plenary session 2, which focused on the crucial theme of sustainable finance, a topic that lies at the intersection of economic growth, environmental sustainability, and social well-being, emphasizing the role of financial institutions, investment strategies, and economic policies in fostering sustainability. The session featured distinguished speakers from academia and industry who provided insights into responsible finance and sustainable investment trends. The distinguished panelists were CA Puneet Sharma, Dr. Mohammad Atif, Dr. Vaniki Joshi Lohani. The key takeaways and discussions from this session it was discussed that sustainable finance is essential for achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. They also discussed financial markets are shifting towards responsible investing, integrating ESG, that is, environmental, social, and governance factors into decision making. Additionally, they stated regulatory policies must evolve to support green finance and climate resilience investments. Panelists put light upon how public-private partnerships play a critical role in driving financial sustainability. The topic of sustainability reporting was also touched, and they stated that there are 1,000 listed companies that are required to submit BSSR report. Panelists also believe that there is a need for incorporating environmental sensitivity, social inclusivity, and sustainability in undergraduate courses to have informed investors and decision makers. Following the insightful discussions on sustainable finance, Day 2 continued with plenary session 3, which explored the transformative role of AI in business and management. This session explored the role of AI in business and management, discussing how AI is transforming industries, enhancing decision making, and streamlining operations. The distinguished panelists were Professor Dr. Sanjeeva Shankar Dubey, Mr. C.S. Sharma, Mr. Divyan Gupta, Mr. Shubhajit Bhattacharya. The session shed light on how AI is revolutionizing business operations by enhancing efficiency, reducing cost, and improving decision making. Ethical AI development and governance are crucial for responsible AI use. Panelists believe that AI-powered automation is reshaping job roles, requiring organizations to focus on workforce upskilling. And they also stated that industries must strategically leverage AI to gain a competitive advantage and drive sustainable growth. Mr. Divyan Gupta talked about India AI mission and establishment of graphic processing units, that are GPUs, focusing on developing infrastructure, which is quite important. In addition to engaging plenary sessions, Day 2 also featured a series of parallel technical sessions where researchers and scholars from diverse backgrounds presented their work on Day 2. There were 33 research paper presentations on different themes, chaired by Professor Rajendra P. Srivastava, Dr. Pooja Goyal, Professor Amit Kumar Singh, Dr. Ashraf Ilyani, Professor H.K. Dangi, Professor Sunil Kumar Gupta, Professor A.K. Saini, and Professor Arvind Kumar. In the valedictory address, Professor A.K. Singh discussed key pillars of sustainable business transformation, that is environmental sustainability, social responsibility, and economic viability, and also discussed about the importance of BSSR report. Respected Principal Sir also addressed the gathering with his thoughts and views. He put insights on ethics and morality. Any development and growth requires ethics to be followed. He reiterated that technology should be used as an aid. You should not be dependent on it and replace human intelligence and creativity with it. Day 2 of the conference was an engaging mix of expert-led discussions and scholarly research presentations, while the plenary sessions explored sustainable finance and AI in business. The technical sessions provided a platform for researchers to present innovative studies on emerging trends. The insights gained during these discussions will contribute to advancing sustainability and digital transformation across industries. We extend our deepest gratitude to all the panelists, moderators, presenters, session chairs, and delegates for their valuable contributions. Special thanks to organizing committee for their meticulous planning and execution. As we conclude this conference, let us take forward the knowledge shared and collaborated towards a sustainable and digitally inclusive future. As sustainability is not just an aspiration, but a responsibility that requires collective action. Thank you all for your time, participation, and contributions. Now, to take the proceedings forward, I invite Dr. Meera Mehta to take over. Thank you, ma'am.
A heartfelt thank you, Dr. Shuchi and Ms. Shivangi Dhawan and the entire Reporters team for compiling such an extensive and insightful report. Your dedication and meticulous efforts have truly captured the essence of this conference. I now take this moment to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Shri Hitesh Vaidya, a distinguished leader in urban development with over 25 years of experience in policy formulation, project implementation, and program management. He has held significant positions in the Government of India, the United Nations, the World Bank, and USAID, focusing on urban development, governance, and infrastructure management. Notably, he served as a country representative for UN Habitat in India, where he played a pivotal role in designing and rolling out urban flagship missions. As former director of National Institute of Urban Affairs, Sri Vaidya drove sustainable urban development through effective policy advocacy and stakeholder engagement. His commitment to bridging research and practice fosters collaboration across academia, government, industry, and civil society, embodying a comprehensive approach to urban development. Sir, it is an honor to have you with us today. I humbly invite you to address the gathering and share your invaluable insights.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's too late in a day to listen, another Gyan ki baat, but I'll try to be as short as possible. Professor Arun Kumar Atri, Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, Professor Shikha Gupta, Dr. Sonal Thakural, and Mr. Sodagiri, Engineer Jaikar Sodagiri. First of all, really very happy to be part of this conference. And when we talked about why I was invited, because people always like batsmen to be there. When the batsman gets retired, he doesn't get a public space. So thank you for inviting me here, because former is always not. But I can talk about Sidhu. Sidhu said when I batted, I showed them my magic. Now I'm a commentator. I'm also showing my magic. So I hope I'll do that magic today. And be as a former does not mean that I'm retired, but I'm again ready to be making people tired. So that's okay. But I've been part of this session earlier, and I listened to the stalwarts who talked about it. So I don't think so. 2 days you have really talked and you have heard, all of you, what needed to be heard. There's nothing more I can add, because I saw the rapporteur's report, and it really gave whatever needed to be listened. I think you already have listened on that. For me, and I have been 25 years, and 2015 when UN signed this Sustainable Development Goal, and we used to beat our chest and says, Buddha ko gyan ki prapti ho gayi. And as at that time as a UN habitat, I was always used to make this PowerPoint presentation. How do we get our sustainable development goals? And once I was making those sustainable development goals presentation, my mother, who is 85 years, she asked me, what is this you are preparing? I said, 2015 में सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल बने और मुझे वो इंडिया को बताना है कि क्या है, तो वो प्रेजेंटेशन मैं बना रहा हूँ. तो my mother asked me, ये है क्या सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल? So I told her from goal 1 to poverty, hunger, to all the way to participation. And she said, but ये सब तो हमारी गीता में लिखा हुआ है, तो तुम क्या नया बता रहे हो? ये तो हमारे हर जगह से, हमारे किसी भी ले लो, and she used to read रामायण and महाभारत, हर जगह यही तो बातें हैं, तो तुम कौन सा नया तीर लगा रहे हो? So and I started thinking about it, and I particularly feel, you know, when you call about sustainability, it's like a gym membership. Everybody wants to have it, but nobody is ready to take the weight on its own. You know, bolna hai, it has become a more abusive and usy word, whatever it is. But that's where it is. You know, nobody wants to really take it. But I'm really happy that young people who are the future, they are sitting here, end of the session, and listening to this Gyan Ki Ganga. And I hope you will, you know, Mahakumbh ho raha hai, aapke bhi pap usme dhul jayenge, aapko bhi naya gyan milega. You know, when you talk about sustainability, and I'll tell you, when climate change, these discussions, AI, हम सब के सब, you know, whether you are a student and I'm expert or they are experts, हम सब के सब अर्जुन की तरह हैं, जो बीच महाभारत के मैदान पे खड़ा है और वो कृष्ण से पूछ रहा है कि मैं गांडी उठाऊं कि नहीं उठाऊं, मारूं तो किसको मारूं, वहां भी मेरे अपने हैं, यहां भी मेरे अपने हैं. And he's totally confused. And he had Krishna to give him a ज्ञान, जिन्होंने उनको गीता दिया. आज हमारे पास कृष्ण नहीं है, but the academic institutions like Shahid Bhagat Singh College, they are your Krishna, and they have to create that academic and gyan to you, to make you ready for the future. And that is what I really think, that you have taken this opportunity to really educate young people, to tell them what are the challenges world is going to face, and आप उनके लिए तैयार करते हैं. मैं last session में था, I think they talked about everything in the last session, what needed to be talked. So I really thank for all the experts who have talked about it. But ये याद रखना, कृष्णा की बैटल जो थी ना, वो बाद में नहीं कही गई थी जब सब कुछ खत्म हो गया था, वो बीच उस टाइम कही गई थी जब वो प्रॉब्लम थी. तो अभी आज आप ये कर रहे हो, तो it is that we are going to face the challenge. We are, you know, somebody talked about 2050, 50% of India will be urban. There are big challenges. I'm not going to talk about those challenges, but you can say 50% of people, जैसे 50 करोड़ महाकुंभ में नहा गए, वैसे कितने 50 करोड़ उस महाकुंभ में नहाएंगे 2050 में. We need to be prepared for this. And how do we prepare for this is the biggest challenge. अभी recently economic survey release हुआ, budget की release हुई, and one of the good thing which was that we recognize the challenges of urbanization. We recognize that we need to be prepared for these challenges, and we did talk about balanced economic growth and sustainable development. So हमने तीन चीजों की बात की, economic, you talk about inclusive development, and we talk about sustainable development. अब तीनों चीजें, ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश, तीनों को साथ लेके चलना पड़ेगा, तभी हम सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की तरफ जा पाएंगे. So जब मेरे को बुलाया गया, तो मैं ये सोच रहा था कि ये सब कुछ तो बात किया, मैं क्या बात करूंगा? What should I talk about it? Because there's nothing more to talk about. And I particularly felt that the biggest challenge is, while we are talking about 10 trillion economy, हम जाना चाहते हैं चांद के ऊपर, पर लेके जाएगा कौन? हमें पता है, there is nothing, nobody is going to teach us ये क्यों कर रहे हो. We know who is going, what is going to be done. We know why it is going to be done. I think the experts talked about. We also know how it is going to be. ये सब ज्ञान हमारे पास है. The biggest challenge is who is going to do it. And that is what you are. You have to do it, and the academic institutions have to prepare you to do it. And that economic young force of our country has to take those challenges. और challenges कहाँ आ रहे हैं? Cities में आ रहे हैं. Migration की बात की गई, लोग आ रहे हैं गांव छोड़ के. Food security की issues आएंगे, क्योंकि जितना आप बढ़ते जाएंगे, शहर बढ़ते जाएंगे, आपकी agriculture land खत्म होती जाएगी. 50% है, 70% है, तो all these challenges will come. How do we address it? How do we prepare it? And the major action is going to happen on the cities. You know, जो हमारी cities हैं वहां पे है somebody talked about Delhi. I worked on a Delhi master plan 2041, which might hope that with the new government it get approved. It did not get approved earlier. But when I used to go home, मैं अपने मेरे बेटे पूछते थे, and I was a National Institute of Urban Affairs, मेरा बेटा पूछता था पापा क्या कर रहे हो, तो मैं कहा मैं आपके लिए 2041 में दिल्ली क्या होती है वो दिखाना चाहता हूँ. And what I saw in his eyes was total mistrust. पापा take a walk. बाहर जाके देखो दिल्ली क्या है, आप 2048 के सपने नहीं दिखाओ. Because you people have, and I can take a blame for that. That is our planning fraternity which has not been able to work with you. And somebody used the word, were not able to make young people industry ready. That is why we have total apprehension. We don't have a confidence in our urban city systems. And I think that is the challenge which academic institutions have to bring, is how cities can do it. So when I was a director of National Institute of Urban Affairs, we thought we all talking about climate cities, and we have a mission which I was also, अगर आज स्मार्ट सिटी में कुछ हो रहा है तो 4 उंगलियां मेरी तरफ भी जाती हैं, क्योंकि जब पहला वर्ड स्मार्ट का लिखा गया था, मैं मिनिस्ट्री के उसी टेबल पे बैठा गया था जब वहां पे स्मार्ट सिटीज के बारे में सोचा गया था. तो हमने कहा कि अगर स्मार्ट है तो क्लाइमेट सेंसिटिव होंगी, प्रिपेयर कर रही हैं अपने आप को, तो लेट्स डू एन असेसमेंट कि हमारी सिटीज हैं कहाँ. तो हमने 126 सिटीज, 100 स्मार्ट सिटीज एंड 26 कैपिटल सिटीज, उनका एक किया. एंड नॉट कि आप अच्छे हो बुरे हो ये नहीं, but are you ready for the climate leapfrogging to address the climate changes? To our surprise, while we talk about disaster is going to be a big issue, and my earlier speaker did talk about 35 cities have, without भारत सरकार के बोले बिना, उन्होंने अपना सिटी डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट प्लान बना लिया था. So that's a one area where we need to really work. 100 cities ने अपनी सिटीज के बारे में, ग्रीन बिल्डिंग के बारे में सोचना शुरू कर दिया था. सिटीज ने 19 to 20 सिटीज ने एयर क्वालिटी, जो आजकल हम हर साल मेला लगता है नवंबर से और खत्म होता है मार्च में, वो फिर से मेला होता है, पर 19 सिटीज ने, वो दिल्ली नहीं सोच रहा है, पर बाकी सिटीज आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स. दे हैव स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग अबाउट इट. पीपल हैव स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग अबाउट developing clean action plans of air action plans और climate sensitive action plans. तो बातें तो बहुत कुछ हो रही हैं और काफी इनिशिएटिव्स भी रहे हैं. बट हमारी चैलेंज क्या है इंडिया का? The complexity under which India is working is much different than anybody else. So we need to prepare ourselves to that complexities. और जो मेजर आउटकम इसके निकले था कि सबसे पहले हमें अपने प्लानिंग जो है, हम सब कुछ करते हैं पर प्लानिंग जो है वो करते नहीं है. तो यंग पीपल, यू नीड टू कम एंड यू नीड टू सी द सिटीज एज एन एक्सपेरिमेंटल लैब्स वेयर यू नीड टू वर्क, एंड यू नीड टू सी द जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज इन द सिटी इकोसिस्टम टू डू अ बेटर प्लानिंग सिस्टम्स. पैसे की बात की, क्योंकि राइट हैंड साइड में ये होना चाहिए, ये सब बात करते हैं, पर लेफ्ट हैंड साइड का मेन्यू कैसे होना चाहिए, कैसे वो पैसा आएगा, उसकी बात नहीं करते. तो अनलेस राइट हैंड साइड ऑफ मेन्यू does not talk to left hand side of menu, we will not be able to do. तो finances की बात की गई, तो finances is an important product. But while we are doing, we should not also forget our culture heritage. तो culture heritage को कैसे हमें preserve करना है, उसके बारे में हमें बात करनी चाहिए. We are now talking about nature based solutions. So what should be those nature based solutions that we should be talking about? Mobility की बात की, urban mobility. जाना कहां से, यहां से वहां तक कैसे जाएंगे, A to B, how do you improve it? So these are the opportunities for young people to really get involved, get deep dive into it, and start making careers out of it. And that is what we need to really talk about. Data, we talk about data as a solar energy, as a new chai, or a data as a new oil. These are the new concepts which we are talking about. How do we prepare our students for that? And देखो किसी को कोई पता नहीं है. As I told you earlier, गीता जो थी वो आई क्योंकि कृष्ण के पास था. हमारे पास अगर हमें अपनी गीता बनानी है तो हमें कोलैबोरेशन करनी पड़ेगी, पार्टनरशिप्स करनी पड़ेगी, डिफरेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स को एक साथ लाना पड़ेगा. उससे वी नीड टू रियली टॉक अबाउट इट. एंड आपकी जनरेशन जो ये कहती है कि, जैसे मेरे बेटे ने कहा पापा वी नीड टू टॉक एंड टेक अ वॉक एंड सी व्हाट इज द स्ट्रीट आउट. आई थिंक वी नीड टू रियली दिस न्यू एप्स व्हिच आर कमिंग अप नाउ, एज आई थिंक अर्लियर सेशन, एप्स आपका सॉल्व कर लेगी, पर एप्स को बनाने की जो इंटेलेक्ट है वो आपकी होगी। आपको बताना पड़ेगा कि क्या मुझे चाहिए, रेदर देन वेटिंग की ऐप आप हो जाए। उससे अच्छा है कि उसको हम वी नीड टू वर्क ऑन इट। वी हैव अ ग्लोबल एग्जांपल्स। हम बात करते हैं सिंगापुर की, हम बात करते हैं बार्सिलोना की, हम बात करते हैं न्यूयॉर्क की, कि यहाँ तो सब कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत बढ़िया है, सब कुछ हो रहा है। बट इफ यू गो इन डीप डाइव नाउ इन इंडियन सिटीज, I think Indian cities are also trying to really unlocking the technology. जो बाहुबली अगर हमारी पिक्चर है तो बाहुबली में हीरो कोई भी हो, टेक्नोलॉजी जो रहेगी वो एक एड रहेगी जो इन डिफरेंट हीरोज को और कैरेक्टर्स को जोड़ेगा। और वो बाहुबली जब तक नहीं बनाएंगे, जब तक वो स्टोरी नहीं बनाएंगे, we will be only talking about it. So I think again young people has to work on it. Of how do you really work on it? So I have a based on my experience, I and working with National Institute of Urban Affairs, I particularly feel the academic institutions has a lot of role to play, because as I brought lot of young people to work on a master plan of Delhi, वो क्लास में बहुत अच्छा पढ़ते थे, क्लास में वो we recruit them best of the students, but जो आपने पढ़ा उसको आप पॉलिसी में कैसे कन्वर्ट करते हैं, 2 पे लगे, वो कोई नहीं सिखाता। So how do you prepare citizens for industry ready? Because they may be the best, but how do you prepare? So you need to provide the strategic guidance of what is that industry is looking forward and looking at. Based on that guidance, you need to really tinker your curriculum. जब मैं स्टूडेंट था, एंड आई थिंक एयर क्वालिटी बात ही नहीं करता था, कोई क्लाइमेट की कोई इशू ही नहीं होता था। बट ये नए जो इश्यूज आ रहे हैं, नए चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं, वी नीड टू प्रिपेयर सिटीज। अभी भी हम अपने बाईलॉज की बात करते हैं तो वो यूके ने, जब हम ब्रिटिश के टाइम पे उसी टाइप के बाईलॉज की बात करते हैं। वी हैव नॉट अपडेटेड आवर systems towards new thinking, and that requires a lot of thinking on curriculum development. Again, last thinking, इनोवेशन, इंक्यूबेशन, ये नए वर्ड्स हैं, मेरे लिए भी बहुत नए हैं, पर हमें अपने बच्चों को उसके लिए एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन के लिए तैयार करना पड़ेगा। what somebody talk about chat gpt, जब हम थीसिस करते हैं ना, तो क्या करते हैं, थीसिस दे दिया, चैट जीपीटी में डाला, थीसिस बन गया, सबमिट कर दिया। I think how do you use submit? And when I was in NIUA, we looked at one issue and we said, let's see our cities, how are they looking at rivers in their thing. अभी क्या होता है, यमुना है तो यमुना मेरे सिटी के पीछे है, मुझे उसके बारे में सोचना ही नहीं है। तो how do you bring river as a main part of the city, as the economic growth of a city, and start doing it? So we started young people doing a thesis competition, let them write about it, let them work it. So what happens is, when we started, हमने सोचा ये thesis ही होगा, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। But what happened with that, we brought students who started participating, we brought institutions who started collaborating and preparing and mentoring their students. And when they saw it, the city, which is working on those issues, started getting involved. They started understanding the issues. And then fourth, the private sector, because they had to do the projects. They saw the young people working on those projects. They took those proposals and went back to the cities and developed it. So we started creating a program called SAR. It's called Smart Cities Association with Academy and Research. I request the Shahid Bhagat Singh College also to be a part of that SAR network, which Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs has started, which really encourages students to be a part of the practice. So how do you bring the practice and people together is a area where we need to start a lot of new internship programs, because you have to, students start working with the private sector. They will understand what need to be done, how need to be done, what is the private sector. So we need to really send our students to multiple programs. UN agencies has a lot of, there are 17 UN agencies in India. Maybe have a talk to them. At least a lot of people can get an internship over there. They have a lot of facilities over there. Again, this has to be led by the youth, and you people have to really work on it. And I'll just looking at, I think you people must have heard whatever the controversy is happening with Ranveer Alavadia right now on the internet. So usko dekhte meरे I have developed a 5C approach for the students. And 5C approach is when you are talking about cities, when you are talking about any environmental and sustainability, you should be very clear what your concern is. The concern has to be very, very well defined, and this concern has to be contextualized. One size fit approach will not win. You have to context. अगर एयर क्वालिटी का प्रॉब्लम दिल्ली में है, कहीं और कोई और प्रॉब्लम है, हर प्रॉब्लम को सस्टेनेबिलिटी को आपको उसके साथ जोड़ना पड़ेगा. Then you have to create a compelling content for this. Because अभी जब हम बात करते हैं IPCC की रिपोर्ट, सस्टेनेबिलिटी की, UN डेवलपमेंट की रिपोर्ट, वो हम 5000 फीट पे बात करते हैं. उसको 5000 फीट से 200 फीट तक लाना है, ताकि जिसके लिए कर रहे हैं, किसके लिए कर रहे हैं, क्यों कर रहे हैं, वी शुड बी डूइंग. तो लैंग्वेज ऑफ सस्टेनेबिलिटी हैज टू बी अ लैंग्वेज ऑफ यूथ. अगर तब तक ये नहीं बनेगी, तब तक हम वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी को अचीव नहीं कर पाएंगे. So you have to develop the content which is your language on this, and then क्यों बना रहे हैं, content क्यों बना रहे हैं, उसको communicate कैसे करोगे. So I think lot of focus has to be on sustainability communication, which we don't do. we हम बनाते हैं एक अच्छा document बनाते हैं, एक photo up करते हैं और खत्म कर देते हैं. So communication has to be another thing, and continuity. It has to be continuous program. It's not a one-time workshop you did, but it has to be regular workshop, regular webinars, regular series of discussion. That is how we will prepare the tree of knowledge which we want to actually do, because we have a knowledge. How do you convert knowledge into action is the biggest challenge, and I think that role has to be by academic institutions and you people. How do you really disseminate and take it forward? So with that, I thank you all for inviting me here. And I look forward to working with you, and best of luck for your future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts and making us understand that sustainability has always been a part of India's rich heritage. I request Dr. Shalini Gupta and Dr. Vanna Daya, Faculty, Department of Commerce, to kindly present Shri Hitesh Vaidya with a memento and a bust of Shahid Bhagat Singh as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Shalini and Dr. Vandana. The presentations delivered during this conference have been nothing short of remarkable, reflecting hard work, dedication, and intellectual rigor of all the participants. Your efforts are a testament of the fact that perseverance always bears fruit, no matter the challenges faced. As Kabir Das rightly said, करत करत अभ्यास के जड़मति होत सुजान, रसरी आवत जाते सिल पर पड़त निशान. These lines remind us that with consistent effort and determination, even the most challenging task can be conquered, just as the repeated movement of a rope leaves marks on a hard stone. To those who may not win today, let this not deter your hard work and passion. Your contributions are invaluable, and every step to progress matters. Acknowledging the exceptional work presented across 13 sessions and 9 tracks, we are delighted to announce the Best Paper Awards. I now request our Chief Guest, Shri Hitesh Vaidya, to present the Best Paper Awards. And Professor Arun Kumar. For this conference, we had 34 presentations yesterday and 33 papers presented today. For 9 tracks, for track 1 on emerging technologies and disruptive innovation, the contenders for the best paper are 2 papers won the best paper award. The first one, Trust Me, I Am AI, unpacking how human-like traits and social presence enhances user trust in recommendation agents by Geeta Rawat. The second paper from the same track for the best paper has been chosen as the Uncertain Self and Gen AI Adoption, Role of Fear of Missing Out by Nitin Soni and Sandeep Mukhopadhyay. The second track on sustainable innovation has the best paper, Unveiling the Green HRM Paradigm in Indian Banking, Key Drivers and Challenges by Sukriti Das. Track 3, Data Analytics and Business Intelligence, the paper investigating the technology acceptance model for AI applications in e-commerce by Soumya Satija and Professor Ashim Raj Singla won the Best Paper Award. The Best Paper Award for Track 5, Workplace Transformation and Future of Work, is Future Ready Healthcare, the role of digital networks for volunteering in shaping volunteer intentions for health emergency responses by Pradipti Prasad and Professor Dinesh Kumar. Track 6, Digital Finance and Sustainable Investment, the paper Indian Urban Local Bodies Preparedness for Debt Services of Municipal Bonds and EBIDA Approach by Shalu Mahajan and Anuradha Goyal. Ladies and gentlemen, of first paper for you receiving a big round of applause. Congratulations. For track 7, Entrepreneurship and Innovation in the Digital Era, the Best Paper Award is won by Does Microledge Have Any Role in New Product Success, a moderated mediation model on fintech sector in India by Jigmat Stobtan and Dr. Sunil Kumar. For track 9, Sustainability Reporting and Accounting, the Best Paper Award goes to Assessment of Financial Statements of Indian Smart Cities Against Qualitative Characteristics of Sustainable Financial Reporting by Professor Amit Kumar Singh, Dr. Rohit Kumar Srivastav and CA Pankaj Goyal. The claps must go on. Congratulations, CA Pankaj Goyal. For track 10, Digital Ethics, Leadership and Other Aspects in Sustainable Business Transformation, the Best Paper Award goes to Role of Financial Literacy in Promoting Financial Inclusion, a Gender Gap Study by Pranish Debnath and Himani Devi. Let us all acknowledge and appreciate their hard work with a round of applause. We are also immensely proud of the student presenters who demonstrated remarkable enthusiasm, creativity, and dedication in their research. Your active participation signifies a bright future for the academia and inspires us all. Let this achievement be a stepping stone in your journey for exploration and innovation, and may you continue to contribute meaningfully and to the world of research. It is now my pleasure to announce the student presentation certificate. The presentation titled Impact of Green Bonds on Sustainable Development by Adya Agarwal. Our student presenter who's just started her research journey. The paper Rise on Quick Commerce in India, Consumer Behavior, Market Dynamics and Future Prospects by Mohammad Munazir Khan, Akshat Sharma and Mohammad Arif. The next paper, Green Bonds and Sustainable Investment Vehicles. Congratulations, Bachcho. The next paper, Green Bonds and Sustainable Investment Vehicles, A Pathway to a Greener Economy by Yashra Teotia, Ash Sidana. Yashra Teotia and Ash Sidana. Congratulations. Sustainable Finance and Investment, the paper titled Sustainable Finance and Investment, presented by Jahanvi Khurana. Congratulations to all the students for presenting your research work. Congratulations to all the winners. Let this be a reminder that the path of research holds endless possibilities, and we encourage you to keep exploring, questioning, and contributing. As we approach the conclusion of this remarkable conference, I now invite Dr. Sonal Thakral, Director of Conference, Delhi School of Economics, to deliver a formal vote of thanks.
So we have moved from afternoon to evening. Good evening, all of you. It is both an honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for this international conference jointly organized by Shahid Bhagat Singh College and Department of Commerce, University of Delhi. At the onset, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our esteemed chief guest, Shri Hitesh Vaidya ji, former Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs, for his gracious presence and valuable insights. Our deepest appreciation goes to the distinguished guest of honor, Senior Professor Ajay Kumar Singh sir, for his unwavering support and encouragement as always. His vision and guidance were instrumental in this collaborative effort. I would also like to acknowledge the leadership and valuable support of the Honorable Principal Sir, Professor Arun Kumar Atri sir. This conference represents a remarkable collaboration between Shahid Bhagat Singh College and Department College Interface, DC Interface of Department of Commerce, University of Delhi. I am glad that together we have been able to create that platform for the exchange of knowledge, ideas, innovation, and we are deeply appreciative of this partnership. Sincere thanks to Professor Ajay Kumar Singh sir, Head and Dean of Department of Commerce, for his support to DC Interface, for which I proudly represent as the coordinator, and I am deeply grateful for this role. To share about DC Interface, it began in 2019 under the leadership of Professor R.K. Singh, former Head and Dean Department of Commerce, University of Delhi. And since then, it has conducted various programs, FDPs, conferences, workshops, and it has impacted more than 1,000 commerce teachers under the guidance of Professor Amit Kumar Singh sir. Now, it is my privilege to take forward this legacy, the vision of DC interface, and strengthen the link between the department and the colleges. Further, I would also like to extend my thanks to our distinguished speakers, panelists, presenters for their thought-provoking contributions, and to all the delegates, attendees, volunteers, and dear students for making this conference a success. Finally, I would like to acknowledge all the members of organizing team. As conference director, it's been my privilege to work with such a talented group. Dr. Anil Kumar Goswami, Dr. Kiran, Dr. Rohit Kumar Srivastav from Department of Commerce, and all the members of Shaheed Bhagat Singh College under the conference director, Professor Shikhar Gupta. As we close, let us carry forward the knowledge and connections we have made here and continue to share our learnings together and grow together. Thank you once again, everyone, for your contribution, and we look forward to seeing you in future. Thank you and God bless.
I now invite Mr. Jayakar Saudagiri, Organizing Secretary, to deliver a formal vote of thanks.
Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, honorable delegates, and all the participants. On behalf of the 12th ICBM Conference Organizing Committee, it's my honor and privilege to express our sincere gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the success of this international conference on business and management. First and foremost, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our guests, chief guests, our esteemed speakers, as well as our keynote speakers and the panelists for their insightful presentations and for sharing their valuable expertise. Their knowledge and experience have truly enriched our discussion and provided us with new perspectives on the challenges and opportunities facing the global business and management landscape. A special thank you to all the delegates who have been very patient, who have attended and actively participated. Your engagement and thoughtful questions have made this conference not only a platform for learning, but also a space for networking and collaboration. We hope you leave this conference inspired and ready to implement new ideas in your respective fields. I would like to now acknowledge the dedication and hard work of our organizing team, and we have somewhere around 25 committees that have put in their hard work to make this two-day event a memorable one. Starting with the first committee, the Scientific Advisory Committee, I would like to congratulate and thank the faculty convener, Professor Meena Mehta ma'am, for putting in and day out with the team, Dr. Gunjan Singh, Dr. Vanna Dahiya, Dr. Amol Lekar, and Dr. Rajiv Kumar Upadhyay, along with Dr. Vipra. These people are the ones who have received your submissions, reviewed them, actually got them reviewed. We followed a double-blind review process. It is one of the stringent ones which most of the Scopus-rated journals are following these days. We received 117 papers in all. Please, a great round of applause for this kind of overwhelming response. Now, I won't be calling it as a rejection rate, but it's an acceptance rate. We had an acceptance of 76 papers. Now, just imagine people going through the review process of 117 papers twice and taking out 76 of the best for this platform and making this an academic success. The next one is the Seminar Publicity and Media Management Committee under the guidance of Professor Sunil Kashyap. Then the Catering Management and Hospitality Committee. So the food that we had, I'm not going to miss this food because one of the best food since morning we have had the aroma of it, and a lot of people were attracted from other departments also to have the feel of it. right? And this entire credit goes to our CA Rajkumar Agarwal ji, along with Dr. Meenakshi Pant, Dr. Ravikant, Dr. Pooja Talwar, Dr. Sudeep Trehan, Dr. Vikas Pantu, Professor Rakesh Kumar, Dr. Rajiv Upadhyay, and Dr. Bhala. Now, when you came to this college, the moment you entered, you have met the reception committee. Now, they've been sitting out there waiting for you since morning 8:30, and then this is what they actually were able to receive you with all the warmth, all the kind-heartedness, all the sweetness. For this, I would like to congratulate Dr. Kalpana Gupta ma'am, Professor Anil Kumar sir, Professor Ruchi Gupta, Professor Shalini Gupta, Professor Shikha Gupta Wan, Professor Nupur Agarwal, Dr. Pooja Talwar. A great round of applause for all our academics. The banners, the backdrops that you're able to see, most of it created by our students under the able guidance of Dr. Ravi and Dr. Hashim and Dr. Sudeep Trehan and Mr. Vikas Pantu. They were helpful for all these activities. The registration, data management, and certificate committee, one of the toughest jobs. You can see the certificates are there, creating 76 certificates of participation for the presenters and other participants. A very big task, who's paid, who's not paid, who's registered, who's not registered, multiple levels of checks needed to be done. Dr. Chandni Aswal, a huge round of applause for her team. Dr. Pooja Rani, Dr. Seher Syed, Dr. Nisha Gupta, Mr. Aman Verma, and Dr. Vishal Garg. The stage decoration committee, a tiring task which was accomplished by Dr. Vikram Singh along with Dr. Neha Nainwal. Since morning, they have been on their toes, doing all the decoration work, arranging all the logistics all by themselves. Stage management committee, we are very thankful to Ms. Niyati Ahuja along with Dr. Nisha Gupta, Dr. Subhitra, Dr. Niyati, Dr. Meenakshi Pant, Ms. Pooja Rani, Ms. Ranjana, Dr. Ranjana, Ms. Shivangi, as well as Ms. Pooja Rani, along with Dr. Syed and Dr. Neha Nainwal. They have put in their efforts by managing the stage. On the dais, they have been receiving you, they have been encouraging, welcoming, and keeping this entire day lively for us. The floor management committee and seating arrangement committee under the able guidance of our friend Dr. Amol Nerkar along with Dr. Vibha Lamba, Dr. Mohit Kumar, Dr. Shivam Jindal and Biplab Dey. They also require a huge round of applause. The mementos committee, Dr. Leela Joshi along with Dr. Manju Talwar, Dr. Hashim, as well as Ms. Parul Saini. Thank you so much, ma'am. The logistics committee under Dr. Gunjan Singh along with Mr. Anil Kumar and Dr. Parul. Thank you so much for running with all the things that were required at this auditorium, in the presentation rooms, probably down there in the reception center, probably on the gates, everywhere. So thank you so much. The brochure designing committee, Ms. Niyati Ahuja, huge round of applause. She was going through her PhD presentation and she has taken out her time to create the entire brochure along with a team of students. A huge round of applause for Dr. Niyati Ahuja, along with Ms. Subhatra as well as Mr. Vikram Kumar. The conference kit committee, Dr. Rishabh Gupta and Dr. Divya Mehta, making efforts so that everything reaches the kit in time in your hands. The guest invitation committee, Ms. Dr. Divya Mehta along with Dr. Rishabh Gupta, Dr. Chandni Aswal, sending all the mails to them, requesting them, and the WhatsApp groups that were created to most of the panelists, managing day in, day out, checking with you. A lot of people backed out also, but then a lot of people joined us also. So a lot of things have happened in the last 4.5 months. The student volunteers committee under Mr. Hashim Miraj, Ms. Leela Gupta, as well as Ms. Manju Tanwar. Thank you so much, ma'am, for all the students that you have provided to us. The technical sessions under Dr. Vijayvrat Arya, as well as Dr. Tarun, along with Dr. Vandana Dahiya, Dr. Gunjan Singh, Dr. Suchipriya, Ms. Manju Tanwar, Dr. Leela Joshi, Dr. Mohit, Mr. Tarun Kumar, Mr. Turab Sohail, Mr. Shivam Jindal, Dr. Biplab Dey, Dr. Amrita Kaur, Dr. Parul Saini, Dr. Rajiv Upadhyay. Thank you so much for making the technical sessions one of the easiest events of the entire conference. The rapporteurs committee headed by Dr. Suchipriya Mittal and seconded by Ms. Shivangi Dhawan. Thank you so much for the detailed analysis of the entire two-day conference. The Technical Assistance Committee, Mr. Ravi Yadav, along with Dr. Tarun Kumar and Dr. Sahil Ramchandani, we are thankful to you for all the efforts. The Panel Sessions Committee by Dr. Rishabh Gupta and Dr. Divya Mehta, thank you so much. In taking forward the Publications Committee, headed single-handedly by Dr. Biplab Kumar De, thank you so much for taking up the publications. And finally, the Printing Committee, which includes Mr. Ravi Yadav, for all the signages, all the material that you are finding in your brochures, in your conference kits. Thank you so much, Dr. Ravi. Lastly, I would thank all of you for your presence here. It's your passion for business and management that makes events like this not only possible, but meaningful. We look forward to seeing the outcomes of these discussions to be printed in the print media as well as on the websites in the months and years ahead. As we continue to build on the ideas shared here today. Once again, thank you all, and we hope to see you at our future events. Safe travel, all the best in your ongoing endeavors. Thank you so much.
लास्ट में आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक ये बच्चे भी जो है ना ये काम कर रहे, क्या नाम बेटा देश कृष, और ये जितने भी सारे बच्चे हैं और पीछे जो ये शुभम और जितने भी लोग एनसीसी वाले बच्चे हैं उनके लिए भी तालियां बजा दीजिए। ये सारे उनसे बड़ा उन्होंने काम किया, विदाउट स्टूडेंट्स हम कॉलेज में सक्सेसफुल कोई भी इवेंट करना पॉसिबल नहीं है। थैंक यू वेरी मच ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स। और साथ में ये जितने भी सपोर्ट स्टाफ है इनको भी एक बार थैंक्स बोल।
So thank you, sir, for reminding us that the key role that the students are playing. So thank you, NCC cadets. Thank you so much for helping us since morning for the last 2 days. The non-teaching staff that has been helping us with all the technicalities, that making this entire place available in time. So the other part is that except the inaugural, we have all our events as per the schedule. And this, a huge round of applause for the entire management and administration that has made it possible. If I can call Shubham out, Shubham. So he's the one behind most of the videos that you have seen. This is Krish. Krish has created your conference brochure, all the banners that are available to you. In fact, the ones, the scientists that are standing out there, all his creation, along with Shubham and Obed. Obed is not there? Yes. So another great mind. So these are the people, these two kids, they have been identified under the principal's internship scheme. And these people, they are working almost like what they are doing as an administrative person. So huge round of applause for these young minds. And I hope most of you will be joining us in the coming days to do this kind of a work and deliver greatness to the entire world. Thank you so much.
एक बात और कि ये जो ऑडिटोरियम बनाया गया टारगेट इसीलिए था कि कॉमर्स की कॉन्फ्रेंस की जा सके। और इसमें बता दूं मैं आप लोगों को कि बहुत सारे लोग रातों को 3 जो आपके 18 फरवरी थी पहला दिन 18 को था, तो लोग 16-17 की रात को सोए नहीं है, यहाँ पे काम चल रहा था। तो वासिफ द केयर टेकर, नमन जैन माय ओएसडी एंड द एंटायर टीम जो उसके साथ थी, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर की और जो लोग काम कर रहे थे, मतलब आप सोच नहीं सकते, जो हमारा सपोर्ट स्टाफ है, जो ग्राउंड्समैन है, वो लोग भी यहाँ पर काम में रात के 2-2 बजे 3-3 बजे, और जो स्टेयर्स बनी है सुबह 9 बजे तक लोगों ने डे एंड नाइट काम किया है, तो उनके लिए भी थैंक यू।
I would also like to thank our dynamic principal sir, who actually brought up this idea of constructing this auditorium 3 months back. And he took our team, the whole of the organizing team here, and the reality is. And on the face of it,
we were not really very sure that in such a short time we would be able to come up with state-of-the-art auditorium. But I am so thankful to Principal Sir who took it as a challenge and has delivered this auditorium. We are able to conduct this conference solely because of a promise which he made to himself and to us that I will get a very good auditorium constructed for you. Thank you, sir, for your.
Thank you, sir, for making this possible. बड़े काम करने के लिए दृढ़ संकल्प और धैर्य की आवश्यकता होती है. Great works are accomplished through determination and patience. As we conclude this memorable conference, let us carry forward the knowledge, connections, and inspirations gained over the past 2 days. And on behalf of the Department of Commerce, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for making this conference a grand success. I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
I now invite you all to join us for high tea, a time to unwind and celebrate the success of this conference together. Thank you.